The following broadcast is a copyrighted production of the DHN Media Group. Any non-personal retransmission of this broadcast without the express written consent of the DHN Media Group is hereby prohibited.
Delaware rolled over Lehigh 10-2 last night. At Fred Rust Arena here this evening, they look to complete the weekend sweep. It's the first half of a Saturday Delaware doubleheader. And we're live on Delaware Hockey Night. Hi, everybody, and a most pleasant good evening to you wherever you may be. Welcome into the Fred Rust Arena on the campus of the University of Delaware for a Delaware Hockey Night doubleheader, streaming live coast to coast on the World Wide Web at dehockeynight.com. Last night, the Delaware Blue Hens Division I team rolled right over the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. It was a 10-2 game, and Delaware looks to complete a weekend sweep, game 6 in their current 8-game homestand. James Witherite joined once again by the lovely and talented Bob Thomas. Bob, it feels like it's been forever since we've shared a press box.
It does, doesn't it, James? It's been with the high school season going full bore right now, it's been a little tough to get out here and hang with you and enjoy great games. So it's awesome to be back.
And a recent anniversary for you and Tracy last weekend. So
our 10th.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
You were on holiday, and that's certainly well-deserved. And before too long, back to the fishing for you. But we got some hockey to get through first.
We definitely have some hockey to get through. It should be great tonight with a twin bill, with the D1 team playing, and then senior night for D2. Can't ask for more fun. They take on
conference rival Maryland, and we'll have, speaking of the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey Conference for the D2 team, we'll have the entire Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey playoffs next weekend from Iceland in Hamilton, New Jersey, right here on Delaware Hockey Night. If you can't make it to the Garden State, you can take all the action in right here at dehockeynight.com. So we're just about set for this Saturday evening matchup. And here come the Blue Hens right now. We were going to set up the game, but let's take it inside the glass as the Blue Hens take the ice. Ladies and gentlemen, your University of Delaware Blue Hens. Delaware wearing their third sweaters tonight. Yellow with the Blue Hen logo on the front, blue yokes, blue pants, blue and white trim. Easy to read blue numbers from as far up in the nosebleeds here as one can imagine. They make it easy on us, Bob Thomas.
I like those jerseys. They're sharp.
They certainly are. They're sharp.
They are.
They're modern, but not over the top. They still have enough of that classic feel to them that it feels right.
And like you said, even the numbers are real easy to pick up, even for an old guy like me.
Stop selling yourself short. It's time for us to head inside the glass for tonight's opening introductions. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and welcome to Fred Rust Arena. the American Collegiate Hockey Association presents this evening's Division I men's regular season game between the visiting Lehigh University Mountain Hawks and your Delaware Blue Hens. Here are this evening's starting lineups. For the Lehigh University Mountain Hawks, coached by Josh Hand. Starting in goal, number 31, Kenny Burgess. On defense, number 11, Jake Levine. And number 5, Ethan Hempel. Starting at left wing, number 15, Michael Grisset. At right wing, number 17, Jake Kurz. And starting at center, number 3, Keith Calvaruso. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineup for your University of Delaware Blue Hens. Starting in goal, a senior from Center Moriches, New York, number 1, Chris Ponticello. On defense, a freshman from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, number 24, Jay Luce. And a junior from Newburyport, Massachusetts, number 5, Harrison Good. Starting at left wing, a freshman from Sewell, New Jersey, number 38, Dominic Guido. At right wing, a junior from Rockaway Beach, New York, number 26, Brian Ostrander. And starting at center, a senior from Colonia, New Jersey, number 22, Michael Niski. Your Blue Hens are coached by Todd Mittelmeyer, assisted by Jason Bainge. The officials, tonight's referees are Jeff McKinney and Casey Robinson. The linesmen are Brett Hill and Brad Howington. Tonight's official scorer is Georgia Matola. At this time, we ask that you please stand if able, and gentlemen, please remove your hats as we honor the United States of America with the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, say, can you For the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? So without further ado, we're ready to go in the first state. Given that we are without a camera guy again tonight, Bob Thomas and I are going to shuffle the lines a little bit. And he's going to pinch hit for us on camera duty while we can at least get going for the night until maybe somebody emerges from the pool of scratches. We're shorthanded from an operational standpoint, but as they say, the show must go on, and go on it does, with Lehigh winning the opening draw. Levine lazily throws the puck up the far boards into the Delaware zone, chased down by Harrison Good behind his own net. This game has started off very slow. That's about to change as Guido connects with Niski up the left wing boards. Niski working the tops of the circles. Lost control of the puck momentarily. Shoveled in by Luce off his backhand into the near corner. It rolls to the far side, handled by Jake Kurz. Advanced up the far wall to Keith Calvaruso into a 3-on-2 shot from the top of the right circle. Missed the far post. Rebound controlled by Ostrander in the near corner. He is separated from the puck by a Calvaruso shoulder check. It sails up high to Levine. Ostrander trying to chip the puck away from him, but it's worked in close to Mike Grisey in the near corner. Backdoor pass broken up on its way to Calvaruso. Here's a 3-on-1 for Delaware. Niski, cross ice feed, Ostrander, backhand shot. Denied on the welcome mat by Kenny Burgess. The first Delaware shot of the game, covered up a minute and 2 seconds in. Face-off coming to the right of Burgess. Second line on for Delaware. Colin Emmerich tried to muscle through with the puck, but it was taken away by Birch and chipped over the glass out of play in that far corner. Face-off comes right back to Burgess's right. Ivan Sidoriak takes aim from the right point after the puck is cycled there. And another save from Burgess brings us a break in the action. Mazzella wins the right circle draw. Long shot from the point. And Sidoriak sticked away. Puck contested in the near corner. Brought out by Jason Langevin, but he's held up by Emmerich at the half boards. Back in deep it goes. Picked clean by Skip Redgate. He tried to throw one from below the goal into the slot, but Emmerich fanned on it. So too up high did Sidoriak, who's back at his own goal line to get the momentum going from left to right for these Delaware Blue Hens once again. Up the middle it goes from DeFerris to Colin Emmerich. That's a 2-on-2. Emmerich tried to split defenders, but Langevin took the puck away from him. Here's DeFerris, the outside of the right circle. From the corner, he feeds it high. Sidoriak shoots and scores! My goodness gracious, Ivan Sidoriak. From downtown, drills one past Kenny Burgess. And it is 1-0 Delaware. Colin Emmerich's going to get credit for the goal on a net front redirect. At the 1:58 mark of the first period. A Delaware goal! His 13th of the season, scored by number 12, Colin Emmerich. Assisted by number 20, Ivan Sidoriak, and number 21, Michael Skip Redgate. Time of the goal, 1:58 in the first period. Emmerich's 13th from Sidoriak and Redgate at 1:58 in the first. Puck out of play after Delaware pressed back into attacking position. Sets up a face-off to the right of Burgess. It's batted to center ice by Alex Sinisi of Lehigh from Port Jefferson, New York. Dad John tuning in this evening on DHN. And the reason for the stoppage actually was a penalty on the Mountain Hawks' Alex Kelly for tripping. Little quick calculation to get you the time on it. We've got 40 seconds gone on the penalty anyway. Here through up the left wing boards comes Niski. Played back behind. Now to Docking. That penalty was at 2:14. Mazzella cross ice pass. Niski fans on it at the right dot. It's chipped up in the atmosphere along the near boards by Ryder Griffith and out of harm's way for Lehigh. Lehigh penalty assessed to number 9, Alex Kelly. 2 minutes for tripping. Time of the penalty, 2:14 in the first period. Kelly 2 for tripping at 2:14. So the hands on the Colonial Motors power play for another 42 seconds. Gets the second wave on Niski. The lone wolf working through neutral ice, pickpocketed at the Lehigh blue line by Calvaruso. Here comes Grisey back in the other way. Got a shot off from the left dot, sticked back toward him by Ponticello and recovered by Redgate behind the Delaware goal. He leaves it for Niski, who's been on for the entire power play thus far, 100 seconds of it. He gets to the Lehigh blue line right in front of their bench and rifles the puck in deep. It rolls to the near half boards, swatted out by Grisey, stick down nearly by Jack Zimmer in neutral territory, but it trails back into the Delaware zone. Final seconds of the Kelly penalty. Ticking off the clock to our right, and Lehigh is back to full strength. Meanwhile, Hulser on the attack. Lost the puck behind the Lehigh goal. It was worked by Raymondelli, now up the left side to Griffith, who carries it in over the Delaware blue line. Shot, bothered from the left half wall. Ponticello got enough of it to turn it aside, and now Jack Zimmer punches it around the near corner boards, back up toward Hulser, but holding the point, Cameron Mena for Lehigh is able to keep this attack prolonged, but only for a fleeting moment before Jake DeFerris recovers behind his own goal. He's got time and space up the left side to re-enter the Lehigh zone. Drop pass, Hulser, yes sir! Gavin Hulser gets his 11th of the year. Had 2 yesterday, and now he's got 1 tonight to make it 2-0 Delaware. 4 minutes and 53 seconds in to the contest. Drop pass into the high slot leads to Hulser, putting the Hens up 2-0. A Delaware goal! His 11th of the season. Scored by number 37, Gavin Hulser. Assisted by number 19, Jake DeFerris. Time of the goal, 4:53 in the first period. Hulser's 11th from DeFerris at 4:53. Media team on the penalty kill. Delaware full strength, so too are the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. Another shot from up close as Nima and Hulser swarm the front of the net. Denied by Burgess. Here comes Jake Nima again, working below the goal, sandwiched by a pair of Mountain Hawk defenders. That puck muscled away by Ethan Hempel, who backhands it on up the far board. Sticked in by Brunel, who hustles now on the back check, former Philadelphia Junior Flyer. Heard the word back check in his ear from Jerry Domish many a time, I'm sure. And an icing against the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. Will move play back in to the Delaware attacking zone with 5.5 minutes gone in this 2-0 game. Advantage the Delaware Blue Hens, and they look to keep pouring it on here. Not even at the 6-minute mark of the opening frame. Quick counter move from Keith Calvaruso. Shot from 35 feet. Caught and held on to by Ponticello. Fresh legs on for both sides. And the draw comes out to the left of the senior netminder for the Delaware Blue Hens. Niski and Kelly took the face off. It was played to the far half wall, tied up by the Coloradan Johnny Drummond. Taken away by Niski after a shot from the mid-slot came off the stick of Bihar. This is Dom Guido working the right wall. He rolls in behind the cage into traffic on US 22. Guido maintains the puck, works it free to Ostrander. Backhand attempt on the doorstep was sticked away. Unable to hold the point, Drummond is forced back nearly to the red line, shovels the puck in over the Lehigh blue line, but out of the reach of Guido. It's taken on by Sinisi, played up the far boards, carried there by John O'Shea, trying to walk the blue line and set up a better shot lane either for himself or on down the road. He lost the puck. It is brought back into Delaware control by Drummond with time and space up the left side. Cross ice feed hacked down over the center logo by Ostrander, but he couldn't gain control of the puck. Back come the Hawks in on the attack. Centering pass high from O'Shea to Birch resulted in a shot from 30 feet, which was kicked aside by Ponticello. Niski back in for Delaware. Leaves it to Devin Jenny. Shot from the right dot was sticked away by Burgess. Follow-up chance from Jenny. Net front denied just the same. A net front scrum now breaks up. Puck rolls to the far half boards. It was not kept in by Delaware's Jake DeFerris off the stick of Will Zimmer. And back in come the Hens, led by Ivan Sidoriak up the near boards. We're grateful for Bob Thomas moving from the color commentator role over to the videographer role, at least for the start of this game. Hopefully we can get him back in the analyst's chair before long, but when you're shorthanded, you do what you have to. I don't think, Bob Thomas, this is what you had in mind by your penalty kill schematic, was it? He says, no, not at all. Ryder Griffith chips the puck up into the air through the neutral zone along the far boards. It led to a shot and a goal. John O'Shea's shot was turned aside by Ponticello, and it was either O'Shea or Birch, according to the unaided eye, to get it home for the Mountain Hawks at 8:01. Officially here in the period. It was Raymond Ellie, actually, off the Mena assist. So Nick Raymondelli, with his fourth goal of the season, makes this a 2-1 game. Hens resting a few key players tonight. Kevin Felice, Greg Jandoli, Cam Pierkowski, Mikey Patterson all out of the lineup. So too Harrison Chuma, who was away on international studies through the January term. This is Emmerich through the slot, but he gets tied up by a pair of Lehigh backcheckers. Delayed penalty coming up. Delaware net is empty. Lehigh goal, his fourth of the season, scored by number 16, Nick Raymondelli, assisted by number 26, Cameron Mena. Time of the goal, 8:01 in the first period. Raymondelli with his fourth of the year from Mena at 8:01. The delay is over as Levine touches up. And Keith Calvaruso comes off with 11 minutes and 6 seconds to go in the period. The Delaware Blue Hens are back on the Colonial Motors power play for the second time tonight. Lehigh penalty, assist to number 3, Keith Calvaruso. 2 minutes for high sticking. Time of the penalty, 8:54 in the first period. Calvaruso 2 for high sticking at 8:54. Mazzella, the top of the right circle, flips the puck back to Sidoriak. Mazzella, half wall near side, centering pass. Emmerich turned wrister, blocked away, never made it to the cage. Mazzella holds the rebound at the near wall. Tries to center it to Docking, taken away from him and rifled the length of the ice by Tyler Birch, keeping the slot clogged up for the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. 49 seconds have gone by in this second Colonial Motors power play for Delaware. And on comes Mike Niski up the near boards, careening back into the Lehigh zone. He leaves it high to Sidoriak. Cross ice feed, top of the left circle. Mazzella's wrister, too high, too wide. It bounces off the glass and ricochets hard into the Delaware zone. Picked clean from a falling Sidoriak by Grisey. Had a breakaway, but did not do a blessed thing with it right in front of the Delaware net. 9:49 to go here in period number 1. Fresh legs on for Lehigh. Face-off coming up to the right of Delaware netminder Chris Ponticello. We'll keep the clock rolling for you in the lower right-hand corner. When you're short-handed, sometimes you have to juggle a lot of hats, and one of them that fell by the wayside just now was making sure the clock graphic was turned on for that last exchange. So we'll get things caught up. We're about a minute off right now. 9:15 to go in the first period. DeFerris could not get a shot off from the top of the near circle. Puck was cleared out of the slot. Zimmer, that is Jack Zimmer, up the left wing boards, re-enters the Lehigh zone as the Calvaruso penalty reaches its end. Centering pass, Jenny, no, he can't get past on the doorstep. Burgess makes the save. Puck muscle to the far side, left for Sinisi to Calvaruso. Taken away from him just above the Delaware blue line by Jack Zimmer. Flipped ahead to DeFerris, now to Gavin Hulser. He tries to walk in for a close-up shot at the bottom of the right circle, but Jason Langevin bothered his progress. Stole the puck below the Lehigh goal. Leaves it to Hempel, who will carry it on up the right dots through neutral territory. He's hassled by Jenny and forced to give the puck away to Ostrander. Hulser just got drilled in the near boards. Casey Robinson rings up Langevin on an elbowing minor. At 11:36. So the Hens are back on the Colonial Motors power play. 8:20 to go in the first period. Delaware with a 2-1 lead over Lehigh. Lehigh penalty assessed to number 19, Jason Langevin. 2 minutes for elbowing. Time of the penalty, 11:36 in the first period. Langevin 2 for elbowing at 11:36. Hens power play continues with Niski winning a face-off at the left dot. It cycled to Sidoriak, stepping up to the high slot. Hard wrister rings off the end boards. Niski comes down with it. Back to Sidoriak, across to the left side of the umbrella. Mazzella with a net front feed to Docking, and it is 3-1. Ethan Docking with the power play goal. At 12:01. Gives Delaware a 2-goal advantage once again. For Docking, that's his 7th of the year. And we've got a man down in the near corner of the Delaware zone while we were getting the goal information. That looks like good. Harrison Good slow to get back up on his feet, but he does. And he will lumber back to the Delaware bench. So 7:39 to go in the first period. Hens Jake Nema taking the draw to the right of his netminder, Chris Ponticello. And then across from him will be Alex Kelly. Once play slows down substantially, which it will, We'll give you that goal information in full. Here's Nima up the middle again. 2-on-2. Drop past Ryan Luppy, top of the right circle. Shot into congestion net front. Looked like Sinisi might have tipped that one away. Nima at the near half wall. Back up to loose it comes from Luppy. Long range shot. Batted to the far corner. Nearly swatted out of harm's way by Kelly. Sinisi recovers it for Lehigh, and it's chipped by John O'Shea back to the Delaware blue line. A Delaware goal, his 7th of the season, scored by number 32, Ethan Docking. Assisted by number 37, Gavin Hulser, and number 22, Mike Niski. Time of the power play goal, 12:01 in the first period. Docking's 7th from Hulser and Niski at 12:01 in the first period. It was a power play goal. Hawks back on the attack. Griffith angled to the far wall by Drummond, got a long-range shot off, but it was well wide of the near post. Back inside the Lehigh zone, Cameron Mena chips the puck ahead, carries it on through neutral territory, takes aim from the left dot while pressed further toward the boards by Jack Zimmer. In comes Will Zimmer. Up the near side, little brother couldn't chase the puck down cleanly. He was bothered by Levine. Now Will Zimmer's able to track a rolling puck down to the far corner, left to the point, swatted in by Drummond, taken away in front of the Lehigh bench and backhanded out by Griffith, but given up again to Jack Zimmer at the Delaware blue line. Inside the final 6 minutes of play here in the first period. Delaware with a 3-1 lead over Lehigh. Long-range shot came off the stick of Devin Jenny. Blocked away by Burgess. Battle for the puck develops along the near boards, migrating to the blue line. And Nick Raymondelli's able to work it free. Cross-ice feed, Ryder Griffith with a 30-foot wrist shot just above the far dot. Rang off the glass. Jack Zimmer brings the rebound back through the neutral zone. 3-on-3 this Delaware entry. Zimmer's shot from just above the right corner boards was sticked aside by Burgess. And here's a 2-on-2 for Lehigh back the other direction. Ryder Griffith with another long shot. Worked the puck in, made Ponticello make a move on it. And that was enough to enable Lehigh to get some fresh legs on with inside 5 minutes to go in the first period. Jake Kurz tries to chase down the puck behind the Delaware cage, but it's brought out by Sidoriak, backhanded by Ostrander as far as the Lehigh blue line, where Sinclair Goyer studies. Niski takes it away from him. Walks it in. Centering pass, Ostrander, no! Big save made by Burgess to keep it a 3-1 game. He, much like yesterday, has faced a barrage of first period shots. Delaware accounted for 20 in the first period yesterday. So far today, they've managed 16 to Lehigh's 8. Ostrander up the right wing boards, feeds the puck ahead to Mike Niski, who barrels into a 1-on-3. Niski tracks down the puck to the near corner. He got a shove in on Langevin, trying to gain position for the puck below the Lehigh goal line. And Niski's going to be ruled off for a cross check. As he tried to work back in to chase down that loose puck. Face-off comes to the right of Ponticello. Worked across the goal line. Long shot came. From high in the zone, it was Sinisi. Denied by Ponticello. This puck not cleared out. It's held in at the right point by Sinisi again. Worked on to Birch. Back in comes Nima, rang it off the post. This is Dylan Gulick taking aim from the left dot. Couldn't find the net from 30 feet out. Holding the right point is Jake Levine. Delaware penalty assessed to number 22, Mike Niski. 2 minutes for cross-checking. Time of the penalty, 15:52 in the first period. Niski 2 for cross-checking at 15:52. Mena retreats into neutral ice, plays the puck across to the far wall. Griffith from in front of the scorer's table slams it into the near corner of the Delaware zone again, and now Jenny's able to bring it out up the right side. To Ethan Docking in the corner, centering pass broken up by Langevin as Jenny made a cut for the net. And now Raymond Ellie's able to clear cross-ice feed to the far side. Jake Levine walks the puck back into Delaware's end. Centering pass broken up by Docking, but cleared into the Delaware bench area and out of play with 2 minutes and 41 seconds to go in this first period. Delaware up 3-1 over the Mountain Hawks. And 34 seconds left on the Niski cross-check. Attacking zone draw won by Calvaruso. Now working high is Levine. Throws the puck in off the backboards, handled by Grisey. He can't put one on a tee. For those crashing the net, including Ethan Behar, it was blocked down not once but twice, and now Jack Zimmer is able to carry the puck unabatedly up the left wing boards in over the Lehigh blue line, but he gives it up after gaining the zone with 2:15 remaining in the period. We've got a puck out of play in Delaware territory. 2:12 to go in the first period. Hens up 3-1. And with the puck out of play coming off a Lehigh stick, the following face-off moves into the neutral zone. Won by Lehigh. Fired across ice by Gulick to Behar. Worked back into the Delaware end at Karam to the near corner. And Grisey battled for it across from Sidoriak. It's loose net front. Calvaruso couldn't put one on. Lehigh maintains their attack. Sidoriak swats the puck to the far corner. Brought in by Jakey DeFerris up the left wing boards. He nearly got tripped up by Sinisi. Down to the last minute and a half. Niski again. Up the middle. Was carried in behind the goal. Tried to feed a backdoor pass to Ostrander. Shot from Sidoriak up high, who protected the zone. Was turned aside. It looked like Burgess got just enough of it. Mountain Hawks back on the offensive. Birch from long range. Threw a lazy one hop in from over the Delaware blue line, caught by Ponticello. And he holds on for the stoppage with 67 seconds to go in the first period. Face-off will be to Ponticello's left. Mazzella is able to win that draw, advance the puck to Brunel, now to Emmerich. 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute. Emmerich just offside as Brunel played the puck in. He had to tag up Skip Redgate. Did he get there? Yes, he did. Didn't quite see for sure first time round if he did. We couldn't see the puck all that clearly. We didn't see the net pop, and Casey Robinson's arm outstretched was screened by the goalie. So we didn't see that either. But it is 4-1. As Redgate connects from Mazzella and Emmerich. A Delaware goal, his fourth of the season. Scored by number 21, Michael Skip Redgate. Assisted by number 13, Chris Mazzella, and number 12, Colin Emmerich. Time of the goal, 19:10 in the first period. Redgate's fourth from Mazzella and Emmerich at 19:10. We're down to the last 13 seconds now of this opening period. Up the left wing boards comes Mazzella again. Drop pass to Redgate at the point. 3, 2-1, and the first period has reached its conclusion. 20 minutes in the books. It's Delaware 4, Lehigh 1. You're watching Blue Hens Hockey on DHN 1 Delaware Hockey Night, brought to you by the DHN Media Group.
A strong first impression is crucial in today's fast-paced world. With decades of experience in print, digital, and broadcast media, the DHN Media Group is uniquely equipped to make your brand's first impression a memorable one. To learn about writing and editing services, web and graphic design, social media consultation, multimedia production, and more, visit www.dhnmediagroup.com.
Colonial Motors, a fixture in the automotive industry in Delaware for over 25 years, is here to help you find your next vehicle with solutions to fit every purpose and budget. Hassle-free financing, competitive trade-ins, and a full-service department make Colonial Motors the premier option for your next pre-owned car. Visit one of 3 convenient locations in central Delaware, Townsend, Smyrna, and Camden, or browse their vast inventory online at colonialmotorsinc.com.
It's time for the second period. Let's head back upstairs to James Witherite.
Welcome back into Delaware Hockey Night from Fred Rust Arena. James Witherite here. As you heard Norm Borg say, Bob Thomas along for the ride with us tonight, and he's back in the analyst chair where he belongs after pitching in that first period in the videographer's role and not doing a terrible job at all. 4-1 through that first period, Delaware with the lead, and in terms of shots, they also lead now by a tally of 19-8. Goals from Skip Redgate, Ethan Docking, Gavin Hulser, and Colin Emmerich to get that first period 4-1 lead established. Second period begins. Still no camera operator. As you can see, as play moves through the neutral zone. We thought we were going to have somebody here to start the second period, but our guy MIA, so Bob again. A great teammate. Holding down the fort as far as videography is concerned, and the Hens are on the attack. Luppy gets squeezed off the puck at the far wall. It rolls in behind the Lehigh goal, picked off by Calvaruso. Work to the far side. Mike Grisey throws it up through the middle. Icing is waved off. Delayed penalty against Delaware. Extra attacker did not have time to come on. And the Hens will go down a man. John Drummond, the guilty party, with 53 seconds elapsed in the second. And we'll get the official ruling. It was elbowing on the defenseman from Littleton, Colorado. So Delaware on the penalty kill. Not even a minute into the second period, but they clear out of their zone to get this PK started. Jenny, Docking, Loose, and Good, the 4 on for the Hens. Delaware penalty assessed to number 2, John Drummond. 2 minutes for elbowing. Time of the penalty, 53 seconds in the second period. Loose, 2 for elbowing at 53. Drummond, 2 for elbowing at 53 seconds. And there's a Lehigh goal from the left point to make it a 4-2 game. The Mountain Hawks connect on the power play. It was Nick Raymondelli getting his second of the night. Set up by Jake Levine. Puck sails into the Delaware zone. Once again, it was tipped there up the neutral zone by Griffith. Loose scraps for it in the near corner, bodied down by Bonacore. It sails back into the low slot, cleared out by Good ahead to Dom Guido up the near side. Lehigh goal, his 5th of the season, 2nd of the game, scored by number 16, Nick Raymondelli, assisted by number 11, Jake Levine. Time of the power play goal, 1:22 in the second period. Raymondelli's 5th of the season, 2nd of the game, from Levine at 1:22. DeFerris, behind his own goal, works the puck ahead to Guido. We've been advised that a camera operator is on the way. Doesn't do us much good in the 3rd minute of the second period. But I think Bob Thomas gets drinks for life after switching over to the right wing in the press box for the media operations PK. Hens are back full strength after Raymondelli's second goal of the night. Shot from Grisey, just inside the right dot, was sticked aside by Ponicello. Chris Mazzella behind his own goal, plays it out to Emmerich up the left wing boards, on to Redgate, give and go, chased down by Emmerich to the near corner. He absorbs pretty well, in fact, a hit from Sinisi, who took the worst of it. DeFerris lines one up from long range. Batted to the near corner by Burgess, and back through neutral ice come the Mountain Hawks. Grisey fed the puck by Calvaruso. Gets a shot in, line change for Lehigh. While Mazzella carries the puck up to center, flips it into the far corner. Sidoriak chases it down, so does Mazzella, but it's tied up. Cleared out by Lehigh. Drummond back at the Delaware blue line, unable to work it free. It's sticked by Ponicello on its way in off an Alex Kelly shot from long range to the near side. And now Drummond had time and space, couldn't connect quite cleanly enough with Sidoriak to clear the zone. It's brought in to the right dot by Jake Kurz of the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. And a Chris Ponicello glove save gives us a stoppage in play with 15:44 to go in the second period, and Delaware up 4-2. Hens pretty well dominating the pace of this game so far, but a little bit lackadaisical in the defensive zone here in the second period, giving up that power play goal to Raymondelli and a few chances materializing there. Just Delaware not breaking out nearly as well as they've proven they can, Bob.
Yeah, they've been a little bit sloppy, definitely, James, and it's nice to be back over here I apologize to any of the people in YouTube world if you got seasick watching the camera work.
You know, that's what those airborne vitamin C drops are so great for.
They might need Dramamine.
After the cold that I had to endure the last week and a half, those airborne vitamin C gummies were just an absolute lifesaver. Centering pass from O'Shea toward Mena never made it to the mid-slot. Hens able to press back as far as the Lehigh blue line. Jenny waits. Docking does not tag up. And as Jenny enters the Lehigh zone, his advance is called back offside with 14:49 to go in the second period. Delaware with a 4-2 lead over Lehigh. But the Hens are going to have to kick it up a notch, as Emerald Lagasse might say, if they want as strong an effort as they showed yesterday. This is an icing against Lehigh, played up the far boards from behind center. And the Hens are gifted an attacking zone faceoff to the left of Kenny Burgess, who's only faced one shot so far this period.
You know, you're up 4-1 and you might get a little lackadaisical. The penalty was a bad penalty, James. It was a late hit, and it only took them, a matter of a couple seconds to score that goal. So
29.
Oh, there we go. But Delaware's been on their heels since. They haven't looked good.
Try to get the momentum going again, these Blue Hens will. Hulser left one to good center point. Shot from long range, sticked into the protective netting behind Burgess. And out of play with 14:24 to go in the second period of this contest. Face-off will be to the left of Burgess. In to take it, Hulser. Across from Keith Calvaruso. Second leading scorer for this Lehigh side with 15 goals on the year. He's flanked by Grisset and Kurz on the wings. Another puck out of play. Over the glass, deep in the Lehigh zone, gives the Hens another attacking zone draw, but Jake Nemo will be the one in to take it. 14:18 to go in the second period. Puck is loose in front after Nemo won the draw. Stampede to the near corner. Brunel couldn't keep it going. Tried to connect with Luppy, failed to. Lehigh's Alex Sinisi throws the puck up the far boards. Brunel chases it down to the far corner. Rolls it behind the goal to defensive partner Harrison Good, but he's surrounded by a swarm of Mountain Hawks on the forecheck. Brunel ricochets the puck up the far boards. Hulser won the race to it at the goal line, so icing waved off by linesman Brett Hill. Failed clearing attempt from Lehigh, kept in at the right point by DeFerris. Nima's checked off the puck at the base of the Delaware bench. DeFerris with a long-range shot wide of the far post. Chased down behind the cage by Luppy. He tried to set up DeFerris again at the point, but he gave it away. And here's a 2-on-2 for Lehigh. Hempel to Calvaruso, circling behind the net. Out to the top of the right circle. Calvaruso working the perimeter of the zone, flips it to the left half wall. And Connor Mulholland is bodied off the puck. Nima recovers behind the cage after Luppy played the body to regain possession for Delaware. Luppy cross-ice feed, chased down by Nima, who tried to pinch through up the near boards but got tied up by Mena in neutral territory. Nima's off, winding up Calvaruso. Tried to stretch the puck ahead to Mena, but that pass was intercepted by Guido and turned back from right to left. We're beyond the 7-minute mark of the second period. 4-2 this game. Delaware with the advantage over Lehigh. It's been an all-hands-on-deck kind of night, as we see some of the younger Blue Hens getting some time. Christian Brunel in the lineup tonight. John Drummond as well. Will Zimmer, Jay Luce. We haven't seen Ryan Luppy for a while. Harrison Chuma remains out. And a goal from John O'Shea, catching Ponticello out of position, has dropped Delaware's advantage now to just one. Bob, what do you make of that?
Well, it looked like DeFerris. It's a big no-no to pass across the middle, from behind your own net. And I don't know whether he just didn't catch it right, but that was not a good. It was just picked off and it went. So DeFerris got to be a little bit more careful. Take the safe. You're up 4-2. Take the safe on that one. The other thing I was getting ready to say just before that, Calvaruso from Lehigh didn't have a very good shift. It was pretty tough. He lost the puck on a 1-on-1, just came off his stick. He did the big circle around the offensive zone, which I've got to admit that almost never ever works, which it didn't, and then a bad giveaway. But
I mean, how many times have we seen Mike Niski, for instance, try to do that? And he's gotten a lot better here in the second half of the season with that, using his line mates. But Calvaruso, like you said, that didn't work, but
Delaware just ate that up. But even as bad as that was for him, one bad bounce there for Delaware, and now it's 4-3. And Delaware's much the better team. They were starting to get their feet back under them there, but we'll see how they do in the next few minutes, how they come off of this. It makes it more of an interesting game, doesn't it?
Certainly does. Keeps us on our toes anyway. To be completely frank about the matter, we figured this one would be something of a cakewalk. There is no icing there. Thought for sure that would be blown dead by Brad Howington, but the Hens play this one on, but they're unable to penetrate the Lehigh blue line. Drummond back behind his own goal. Works it to the far side, and Jack Zimmer. Up the middle, he can't connect with Emmerich. Mazzella trails him, is able to punch the puck in over the Lehigh blue line. Centering pass to Emmerich, never made it. It was intercepted by Alex Kelly, who works it back the other way, chipped ahead by Jake Levine. Into the Delaware end, chased down by Jack Zimmer in the near corner. He tries to run the gauntlet, instead flips the puck to the far wall. Drummond plays the body. Redgate is able to extract the puck from the half boards. Fed back near side and advanced by Zimmer. That's Jack Zimmer in now to the Lehigh zone. Couldn't get a clean shot off at the top of the left circle. Puck rolls in behind the goal to the far corner where Devin Jennings muscled off the biscuit by Sinisi. 4-3 game. As mentioned, Lehigh has connected for 2 on 5 shots here in the second period. Delaware has seen their lead shrink to just a goal. They've only managed 2 shots on Burgess here in the middle frame so far, and we're almost to the halfway point. Docking took his time, maybe a little bit too long from the left dot. Got a shot off, but it was knocked down by Burgess. Luce was knocked down at the near point by a stiff arm from Kelly. Bounces right back up after being separated from the puck. Tries to work it in down low. Kelly, below the Lehigh goal line, flips it up to the near point again, which was held successfully by Ethan Docking. Taken away from him, wristed by Kelly across neutral territory. Luce with a cross-ice feed to Good, taken off his feet. But he was able to work the puck ahead up the right wing boards to Devin Jenny. Now cycled in the corner to Ethan Docking. Poked in again, closer by Will Zimmer, taken away from him. Jenny chases down the puck high in the zone, is able to maintain that attacking position. Sets up a shot from Docking, walking in from the left dot. Burgess blocks it down. Luce holds the near point for Delaware, but he gives the puck away, and a failed clearing attempt from Alex Sinisi sends the puck up into the netting. And out of play with 9:36 to go in period number 2.
Play was a little better for Delaware in that last couple minutes there. They were controlling the zone, but again, those couple goals have really made Lehigh get up on their skates a little bit better. Good hitting right now from Lehigh, and they're just outworking Delaware a little bit, but in the defensive zone, they've been really, gathering around their goaltender, protecting him pretty well, James.
Yeah, Burgess had a heck of a first period, gave up 4 on 18. And like you said, and like you've seen too, they're getting guys in close to home, clogging up that slot, and that's really been the difference maker in the second period. A lot of blocked shots. 4 made it on net. Near breakaway for Calvaruso. He was hauled into the far corner by Sidoriak, who turned it into a one-on-one. That shot never made it on net. Calvaruso tags back up before Bihar re-enters. Cross-ice feed, Keith Calvaruso. Bothered at the left dot by Ivan Sidoriak. Zone cleared, puck picked clean by Hulser. He tries to walk one into the slot, but it's sticked away by the back-checking Sinclair Goyer. One-on-one back the other way. Calvaruso stood up between the circles by Sidoriak. Calvaruso wants a call. He gets no sympathy at all from Robinson and McKenney. Hulser back into a 1-on-3 for Delaware. Looking for a shot lane. Angled to the far corner by Nick Raimondelli, who's got 2 of Lehigh's 3 goals on the evening so far. The other belongs to Cameron Mena. Puck rolls back into the neutral zone while Raimondelli and Guido exchange a few extracurricular love taps in the slot after play had migrated away. Nothing too severe, nothing boiling over. Hens are working back right to left. This is Dom Guido, but he's called back as Niski is offside with 7 minutes and 52 seconds to go here in the second period of a 4-3 game, Delaware up.
You know, James, you were right. Calvaruso was looking for a call on that, but he just flat out, he tried to get fancy, and I believe it was good that just made a nice play on him. And
it was good, I think it was Sidoriak.
Was it Sidoriak?
Sidoriak just stood him up.
He did. He played it great. He just,
good open ice, didn't propel himself into the guy. No. He just held his ground and
shoved him down to the ice on a clean shove.
The purpose of a body check is to separate the player from the puck.
And that he did.
Exactly.
And that he did.
Not to inflict pain or punishment, but to separate the guy from the puck. And that is exactly what Ivan Sidoriak did there. No sympathy at all for Calvaruso, despite his pleas otherwise.
No, you're right. Sometimes the big goal scorers, they don't like to get their ticket punched like that, but it certainly was a great play by
Delayed
Story.
Penalty on Lehigh, trying to get a shot off in the slot was Guido, and now it's touched on by John O'Shea for Lehigh, and they're going to go down a man, and Delaware is going to go back to the Colonial Motors power play with 7:11 to go here in the second period.
That penalty couldn't have come at a better time, James, because this gives Delaware a chance to maybe get up there by 2 goals with 7:11 left in the period. That would be real big to start to try to get that momentum going.
Especially after giving up the last 2. We know it was Birch who went off at 12:49, and it was for an elbow. Lehigh penalty assessed to number 18, Tyler Birch, 2 minutes for elbowing. Time of the penalty, 12:49 of the second period. Birch 2 for elbowing at 12:49. Decent puck movement to start this power play, but Calvaruso was able to reach in and launch it the length of the ice, where Sidoriak was bodied into the corner boards by the forechecking Michael Grisset. Here comes Niski back in up the middle, 4-on-3 this Delaware attack. Niski circles behind the Lehigh goal, absorbed a punishing hit from Sinisi. Hens maintained the puck. Niski got it back, tried to set up Mazzella for a net front feed, but he couldn't get a shot off in that congested Lehigh slot with 6 minutes and 15 seconds to go in the second period of a 4-3 game. Here comes Mazzella back in up the left side after fielding a Sidoriak stretch pass. Aid offered Mazzella in the near corner by Hulser. Across to Good. Hulser's one-timer from the left dot was blocked away before it hit the top of the crease. Recovered by Mazzella. In close. Hulser off the crossbar. Right on the doorstep off that headman advance. Redgate behind the net. Across to Jenny, far corner. This is the second wave of the Delaware power play plus Mazzella. 5 forwards on. Hulser tries to flip it to Jenny, net front. Can't put it on net from there. Hulser's shot was tipped away by Burgess. Jenny failed on the rebound. Now the more conventional 4-1 formation as DeFerris gives it away to Langevin. Cross ice feed for Lehigh. Leads to Ryder Griffith entering the zone, but his shot from the near half boards missed. And the penalty to Tyler Birch was successfully killed off. We're down to the last 5 minutes now of the second period. Breakaway for Bihar, and he ties it up. Ethan Bihar gets the breakaway, and it's 4-4.
Couple bounces, and they're right back in it.
Right off the penalty kill.
Yeah, Delaware was doing a great job. I mean, I was really impressed with Jack Zimmer on that shift. really quarterbacked that power play, and they had some great scoring chances. It just didn't click. That was a tough one, though. It comes off and goes into the breakaway on that, and now it's a tie hockey game. So sort of the power play didn't generate the goal that they needed, but still plenty of time here in the third period to really turn it, get that lead back before going into the third.
Maybe the Hens spread their feathers a little bit too much.
Yeah, well,
last night after the 10-2 win.
Sometimes that's what happens, James. It's hard to stay up, and especially then you come into this when you're up 4-1. And like you were saying, if you're a slower team like Lehigh is, they've been clogging the middle up really well.
They certainly have. Lehigh goal, his 5th of the season, scored by number 13, Ethan Bihar, assisted by number 11, Jake Levine. Time of the goal, 15:02 in the second period. Bihar from Levine at 15:02.
James, what's the shot total for Delaware in this period?
Right now in the period, just 6 on goal. There have been a boatload of blocks, though.
Well, that's what Lehigh's doing right now. They're putting 5 guys down low, basically in the box, and making Delaware play outside. And so they went from 18 in the first down to 6 with about 4 minutes left to go.
Big difference.
You gotta generate a lot of good passing when they do that to you to get them moving.
And the ones to make the difference have been the Mountain Hawks defensive core in large part.
Yeah, that's
2-on-1. Shot from Birch, stopped by Ponticello. And he hangs on for the stoppage with 3:56 to go here in period number 2. 3 unanswered goals from Lehigh have made this a tie game 4-4. Birch wins the draw, plays the puck to O'Shea right side, tried to walk it in behind the net. It rolls out to the far half boards, swatted back into congestion by Mulholland. Skip Redgate's able to come away with it. He carries it in up the middle. He's angled to the near corner, stops, resets, flips it across ice to Christian Brunel. Brunel trailing back to the far corner, leaves it high to Harrison Good, challenged at the point, but he held the zone. Cameron Menace sweeping in a second time, steals the puck, rifles it back into the Delaware end with 200 seconds to go here in the second period, and now it's brought forth up the near wall by Skip Redgate back in to Lehigh territory. Emmerich centering pass high, Harrison Good is able to take aim from 40 feet, but the last word there belongs to Kenny Burgess, recording save number 21 on the night.
Delaware's just not getting the same quality shots that they were in the first period. And again, part of that is Lehigh, and part of it is Delaware's decision making. They continue to want to force the puck between sticks and under legs, as opposed to taking the smart plays and making them actually move. Sometimes when they play that middle real tight, you play the outside and make them come out and chase you, especially with Delaware speed.
But and they certainly are the faster team by
and Delaware just hasn't been
by
doing
a country mile at least. Docking braces for a hip check from Levine up the near boards. Gained the Lehigh zone but lost the puck. Jenny offering support's able to maintain it. Back to Docking at the half wall near side. Overskated in the corner by Jenny. He retraces his steps, recovers the puck, leaves it to Luce at the left point. Dumped in low again. Chased down there by Will Zimmer, but he's challenged for and overpowered by Levine. Up the right wing boards comes Griffith, cutting to the net, but having to chase the puck down behind the goal was Langevin after an attempted centering pass never made it to him. Thrown in again from the near corner by Griffith. Looked like he was knighting Jay Luce there on the way through. His stick was flailing about. Looked like it caught him one shoulder, then across on the other, but narrowly missed both times. Meanwhile, battle for the puck develops in the near corner, and Lehigh's able to muscle on through to set up a 2-on-2. Now a 1-on-2 after Bonacore advanced the puck to Grisey and made a cut for the bench. Fresh legs on for Lehigh with 1 minute and 33 seconds to go in the second period of a 4-4 game. Lehigh has tied this back up after trailing Delaware 4-1 at the beginning of the second period. Down to the last 80 in the frame. Zone lost. Hulser tried to walk it back in over the blue line near side, but gave way. Grise overpowered him. Bihar held down by Drummond in the near corner. A 2-on-2 skirmish for the puck develops. Knocked to his knees. Bihar gave it away.
1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute.
And back in the Lehigh zone we go. Gulick was taken off his feet, trying to clog up the slot. Lehigh clears. Drummond on his horse, chased down by the forechecking John O'Shea, who came in probably a second late. But McKinney's going to let play go on. Darren Musser would have called that interference all night, wouldn't he?
Sure would.
Lehigh establishes attacking position. Shot from Mena was stick checked off its line from the right dot. Opposite point came Goyer, launching one in off the end boards. It's batted back into the slot. Headman by Nima to Hulser, one-on-one. Gavin Hulser through the slot. Shot denied by Burgess. Puck is loose. Nima can't jam it in off the rebound. Burgess steps up, blocks down the angle, and makes another save. 2 seconds to go in the period. Up the right wing boards came O'Shea. Jack Zimmer took the puck from him, and the horn sounds to signal the end of the second period. 40 minutes in the books. That second period was all Mountain Hawks. From down 4-1 to on level pegging, it's 4-4 through 2. This is Delaware Hockey Night on DHN 1, and it's all brought to you by the DHN Media Group.
A strong first impression is crucial in today's fast-paced world. With decades of experience in print, digital, and broadcast media, the DHN Media Group is uniquely equipped to make your brand's first impression a memorable one. To learn about writing and editing services, web and graphic design, social media consultation, multimedia production, and more, visit www.dhnmediagroup.com.
Colonial Motors, a fixture in the automotive industry in Delaware for over 25 years, is here to help you find your next vehicle with solutions to fit every purpose and budget. Hassle-free financing, competitive trade-ins, and a full-service department make Colonial Motors the premier option for your next pre-owned car. Visit one of 3 convenient locations in central Delaware, Townsend, Smyrna, and Camden, or browse their vast inventory online at colonialmotorsinc.com.
It's time for the third period. Let's head back upstairs to James Witherite.
Welcome back into Delaware Hockey Night. We are live from the Fred Rust Arena on the campus of the University of Delaware. 2 periods in the books, and we're tied up 4-4. Lehigh came back with 3 unanswered goals in that second period. Raymondelli, Mena, and Bihar finding the back of the Delaware net to get the Mountain Hawks back on level pegging with the Blue Hens. Looking ahead later tonight, the Division II Blue Hens wrap up their 2019-2020 regular season with a matchup with Maryland. Next weekend, the mock playoffs will be on our airwaves. And then March 6th through 8th, the Eastern States Collegiate Hockey League playoffs featuring these Division I Blue Hens from Westchester, Pennsylvania. Set for the third period. Bob Thomas joining us once again in the color commentary chair tonight.
It was a rough period for Delaware.
It really, really was.
It was one of those
Niski
periods.
just holds skate contact as Guido comes back in up the left wing boards to regain. Grisea recovers for Lehigh in the near corner, and the woes continue on for Delaware here in the third despite being able to press into the Lehigh zone. If you're just joining us, Delaware in their third yellow kits, blue helmets, blue pants, moving left to right. Lehigh clad in head-to-toe brown, moving from right to left. And they've got the momentum edge right now, Bob.
They do.
Reeling off those 3 unanswered goals in the second. Niski, bothered at the left half boards, gave the puck away to Bihar. He failed to clear, threw the puck off Guido's skates. Looming in, Redgate punches through an opening but gets held up at the far corner by Sinisi. Recovered by Guido, left to Mazzella. Guido took aim from the slot, shot blocked off the skate of Calvaruso. Redgate tracks it down, tries to fire one in from 20 feet, but Calvaruso again reaches in and works the puck clear. It rolls back behind the Lehigh goal, where Gulick is unable to work it free. Cleared out now to the Delaware blue line. Drummond hits up Mazzella, who takes aim from the top of the right circle, trying to catch Lehigh in the midst of a line change. Scrum for the puck net front, Skip Redgate emerges. Cross ice feed, Jack Zimmer all alone at the right point. Steps up, shoots. His chance from 40 feet blocked down by Tyler Birch of Lehigh. Chased down by O'Shea up the near boards in to the Delaware zone. He tried to play the carom shot behind the net, but couldn't connect with a Mountain Hawk. Emmerich takes it back. Rolls it back behind the cage to Drummond in the near corner. Muscling through is O'Shea on the forecheck. Recovering the puck, but only for a brief moment. Jack Zimmer was unable to work it free. It was stolen again from him by O'Shea. Held in and fired in from long range by Jake Levine. That is the 4th unanswered goal for Lehigh. It's 5-4.
That's one you know, in hindsight, that's one that Ponticello's got to get because he's got to see that. That's his responsibility. If it's not, he's got to be talking out, looking for that lane. As Lehigh continues to do what they did in the second period, James, they put 5 guys down low in their zone. They've been taking away the middle. Delaware was a little better at the start of that period, like getting the puck out wide and moving it around. But what they do is Lehigh, once they get possession of the puck, somebody takes off. You know, a guy like Bahar or one of those guys, or Calvaruso,
Calvaruso.
Yeah, they just take off. I mean, and they're hitting them with their stretch pass. Delaware was smart so far, and they've been knocking that down. But the way to do that is you've got to just be really aggressive on everybody. Attack, attack, attack.
And right now, Delaware is just not doing that. Lehigh goal, his first of the season, scored by number 11, Jake Levine. Unassisted at 2:10 in the third period. Levine's first of the season unassisted at 2:10. Play stopped in the Delaware zone with 3 minutes and a couple ticks gone in the third period, and Lehigh with a 5-4 lead over Delaware as Devin Jenny is ruled off for hooking at 3:02. So Lehigh's got a good chance at another. Kelly takes aim from the left point on the power play. Or was that Gulick? I think it was Gulick. Ponticello's able to make the stop there. Delaware penalty assessed to number 23, Devin Jenny, 2 minutes for hooking. Time of the penalty, 3:02 in the third period. Jenny 2 for hooking at 3:02. DeFerris sets up a shorthanded 2-on-2. Got a shot off from 30 feet out right between the circles, but it rang off the back glass. Sinisi behind the Lehigh goal leaves the puck for Gulick. Grisey, Calvaruso. Sinisi, Gulick, Bihar are the 5 on for this power play. Working behind the net was Grisey. Cycled now, Calvaruso, shot high slot was blocked to the near corner. Reached by Sidoriak and rifled clear of everybody and then some. Half the Jenny penalty's been killed off. Holzer strips the puck in the Lehigh zone, backhanded one on net from 15 feet. But Burgess again makes the stop with 15:36 to go in regulation. And his Lehigh Mountain Hawks, with their first lead of the weekend, they are up 5-4.
Great read by Holzer on that play.
Oh, no question.
Great anticipation.
B-level scoring chance. Just didn't have the necessary support and wasn't able to get Burgess to go from post to post. Shot from Langevin was wide to the near corner. Recovered by Good. Hassled behind the Delaware net by now a trio of Lehigh forecheckers. Digging the puck out was O'Shea. Leaving it now to the point. Wobbled in by Griffith. That long, lazy shot was batted down. Good backhands it up the far side. Levine steps up to the half wall to slam the puck down low again. Good recovers, leaves it for Gavin Holzer, who skates a couple circles in his own zone to try to draw Griffith out of position. Cross ice pass to Niski. Puck flipped in by Zimmer while Niski, who circled into the attacking zone, tagged up, and now Niski and Mazzella offer forechecking pressure. Mazzella stole the puck from Levine but gave it right back, trying to send a centering pass into the path of Brian Ostrander. Sidoriak has to go back deep into the Delaware zone to recover the puck. Niski will work it free across to Mazzella near side. Tried to feed it back to Ostrander in the high slot, but that pass back was intercepted by Bihar. In come the Mountain Hawks once again, but stunted 10 feet inside the blue line by Sidoriak. Feed up the near side to a hooked Mike Niski. And it looks as though Sinclair Goyer is going to go off for a hold.
And kids, that's why you keep your feet moving when you're carrying the puck. He just out skated the opponent. Niski did and drove to the net and kept his feet moving, so he had to pull him down.
And the Alabamian, Sinclair Goyer, will sit for 2 minutes alone and feel shame.
In the sin bin.
For the hold, and the Delaware Blue Hens are back on the Colonial Motors power play for the first time in what feels like forever. Lehigh penalty assessed to number 21, Sinclair Goyer, 2 minutes for holding. Time of the penalty, 6 minutes, 3 seconds in the third period. Goyer 2 for holding at 6:03. Hens back on the Colonial Motors power play. You too can be on the power play with Colonial Motors. Get your next car at one of 3 convenient Central Delaware locations, Townsend, Smyrna, or Camden, or browse their vast inventory of pre-owned cars for any purpose and budget online at colonialmotorsinc.com. Shorthanded pressure from Lehigh, shot from Langevin from 15 feet was blocked down. Headmanned by Docking up the middle to Niski. He draws another penalty This time he gets tripped by Alex Sinisi. Niski went careening headfirst into the back boards. Sinisi will come off for a trip as Niski very slowly, very gingerly gets back up on his feet. Not good for Delaware.
Again,
What is good for Delaware?
He did a great job again keeping his feet moving, James.
He did.
Second time in a row they had to pull him down. Almost the same exact play, just from a different angle.
So the good news here is Niski hobbles off to the bench. He looked like he wanted to stay on initially, but ultimately thought better of it. The Hens will have a two-man advantage for over a minute. Emmerich, bottom of the right circle. Sidoriak's shot was blocked. It's loose net front. Burgess was out of position briefly. DeFerris can't protect. Calvaruso winds up, and he clears the zone. Puck ends up in the near corner of the Delaware end. Steadied now behind the cage by Sidoriak and brought through up the right wing boards by Jakey DeFerris. He stops at the half wall, kept wide by Raymondelli. Up high to Mazzella, over to the far corner in Sidoriak. Calvaruso and Levine, the other two penalty killers on for Lehigh right now. Good puck movement. Around the perimeter, one-timer from Mazzella, center point. Was not great whatsoever. He got terrible contact on the puck, if we're going to be frank about the matter. We're nearing the 8-minute mark of this third period. Lehigh, unexpectedly, with a 5-4 lead over Delaware. I figured Lehigh about, 12-15 to 1 for this game, and so far the long shot is hanging tough.
Somebody forgot to tell Lehigh.
They're playing like they're 3-5.
James, I've been watching Niski over on the bench. The trainer's with him. I got a feeling he kind of really put a dinger on that left shoulder. He's been favoring that, and she's been looking at him having to do some of the basic tests, but hopefully he'll get back in this game because they can definitely use his speed.
Absolutely they can. 11:44 to go. Jack Zimmer was able to fire a shot off from high in the zone, but right into the glove of Kenny Burgess for the stoppage and the attacking zone draw. 31 seconds remaining on the penalty to Sinisi. The Goyer penalty was successfully killed off by the Mountain Hawks. Zimmer back inside his own blue line, crosses to the near boards to regain the Lehigh zone. Drop pass to Nima. Cross ice feed. Skip Redgate, top of the left circle. Works it in low to Hulser again. Back high to Redgate. He's got space between the tops of the circles. Flips it to Hulser. Shot bobbled on the doorstep by Burgess. Cleared out by Raymondelli, holding close to home. Nima again. Can't connect with Hulser up high. And this sets up an odd man rush for Lehigh. Cross ice pass from Grisey to Calvaruso. He couldn't throw one on net from 15 feet out. Holding the zone at the right point was Levine. Shot off its line, ends up behind the Delaware goal. A two-a-side scrum for the puck is won by Jake Nima in Delaware yellow. He advances the puck up the near wall to Gavin Hulser, who comes barreling in up the right wing boards. Hulser, bodied into the corner by Raymondelli, was separated from the puck. As we come to the halfway point of the third period, the Lehigh Mountain Hawks up 5-4 over the Delaware Blue Hens here at Fred Rust Arena.
It was a huge kill there, James, by Lehigh.
They killed off over a minute and 10 of a 5-on-3. And let's face it, Bob, the momentum's just squarely been in Lehigh's favor.
Absolutely.
Since the beginning of the second period. Drop pass to Ostrander from Mazzella resulted in a missed shot. Sidoriak behind his own cage. Ricochets it off the near wall to Niski. Mazzella gives it away at center. Bob, you were saying.
You could see in that power play that Delaware starting to tighten their hands up a little bit. I mean, there was one time where Hulser was along the boards. There's no sense in, on your power play. You don't need to go between sticks or under sticks through legs again. And it got picked off and they dump it out real quick. And even had some offensive, chances coming back. You have to be smart on those plays.
Work the perimeter, clean, crisp passing, get guys moving, and then you take their shots when you're when they're out of position.
Yep, that's exactly right, James. It's
You and I have analyzed special teams together, Bob, now for close to, I'd say, probably 200 games that we've sat together and dissected.
sure.
And there's Delaware tying it up.
That's how you dissect putting pucks through lanes and getting the open shots. Break into the net. It's exactly what Delaware was having trouble getting going. And that time, Lehigh actually broke from what they were doing to help them get that 5-4 lead, was jamming that middle up. This time they left it wide open, and Delaware just
Delaware able to collapse in. And who had that one?
We were talking about
penalty kills.
The power play and penalty kills, but
It was Chris Mazzella.
it was a beautiful pass, too.
He's on the board for his 21st. We're tied up at 5 with 9.5 minutes to go in regulation.
That was a huge goal.
A Delaware goal, his 21st of the season, scored by number 13, Chris Mazzella. Assisted by number 26, Brian Ostrander, and number 22, Mike Niski. Time of the goal, 10:34 in the third period. Mazzella's 21st from Ostrander and Niski at 10:34. So those 4 straight Lehigh goals are finally answered by Mazzella with his 21st of the season, but back come the Mountain Hawks the other way. Shot from the left half wall, and Grisey sticked away by Ponticello, who then dives over the puck to foil the rebound chance just the same.
Big save by Ponticello. You don't want to give up that lead right back after just a matter of seconds, but again, I guarantee you Mr. Niski's shoulder feels a little bit better after getting an assist on that tying goal, that's for sure.
No doubt about that.
Nothing.
Good to see him back on the ice
Yes.
so quickly, that's for sure.
Exactly. You can still see he's favored a little bit, but that was great play.
Hockey players are made of something special, Bob Thomas.
Yeah, that's true. That's what makes the game really special, is that these guys they have a different mindset.
There are no superstars. Guys will make sacrifices for each other like you wouldn't believe. And it's really special to see.
They're more like families.
Absolutely. Sidoriak back at the Delaware blue line across to Hulser, who bobbled the puck in the neutral zone, nearly gave it away to Mena. Redgate hustles back to clog up the slot and deny O'Shea an opportunity at a clean shot. Here's DeFerris again. Up the middle, 8 minutes to go. Hulser left his feet to try to avoid a check at the Lehigh blue line from Raymondelli. They both collide and go tumbling to the surface of the ice. Puck ends up in the Delaware zone, cleared out by Sidoriak. Counter effort by Raymondelli fell short, but it was pressed on in by Ethan Bihar, and his shot from 20 feet out was caught and held onto by Chris Ponticello for a break in the action with 7.5 minutes to go in regulation. Fresh legs on for both sides, and it is tied up at 5.
That was a big-time collision between, was it Ramadelli and Hulser right at the blue line? Boy, right in front of us, too, James. We had perfect seats, didn't we?
Only thing we need there is the organist playing Lady of Spain.
Oh, no. And Paul Newman. If anyone didn't get that reference, go rent Slapshot.
Go get it on Netflix or something, eh?
Somewhere. Just keep the kids' ears covered.
I think there's a clean version, too, but it's not as funny.
It's probably only about 4 minutes long then.
Ponticello covers up at the other end to deny Bihar. Just under 7 minutes to go in regulation now. Face off at the far dot of the Delaware zone. Lehigh brings in Calvaruso for the face-off. He crashes the net off the draw. Puck is loose again. Picked up by Ostrander, who was able to track it down after Ponticello was drawn to the near post to try to make a save, and he did. Ostrander couldn't press through at the Lehigh blue line. Zone held by Gulick. Advanced up the middle now by Kurz. Shot from Grisey from 20 feet. Found a sea of yellow sweaters. Niski in the far corner lofts the puck up the far side. Brett Hill says, hey, there's no icing here. Play on, boys. With 6 minutes and 22 seconds to go in regulation, this will be an icing the other way. Against the Lehigh Mountain Hawks, and this sets up an attacking zone draw for Delaware. Niski still looks a little bit winded, not playing at 100%, but he'll come in for the draw, one of the stronger face-off men on this Delaware side. They leave the right wing vacant. Sidoriak was unable to pinch off Langevin on his way through up the near side. The other 19, though, Jake DeFerris, is able to recover the puck deep in Delaware territory. Floated out by Ostrander to center, carried on by Ivan Sidoriak up the near boards to the corner. He's hauled into the dashers by Griffith and separated from the puck. We'll see what Jeff McKenney has to say as he stops play with 5:54 to go. Looks like a garden variety puck out of play.
I believe it was one of the young Lehigh players. His helmet popped off. Also, so the ref was nice enough to let him put his lid back on.
I suppose since we're playing under the NCAA rulebook, that remains a thing.
Yeah, it's
back in your day, not so much, but...
Well, there wasn't much to the helmets anyway.
It was like those old leather contraptions in football. Mazzella from the right
not
dot
that old, James.
couldn't get a good line. Niski from the far half wall tried to work it in toward Ostrander, but he was surrounded by a swarm of Mountain Hawks, or I should say a flock of them. Sidoriak deep in his zone, under forechecking pressure from Kelly. Leaves the puck to DeFerris, chipped ahead up the near wall by Niski on to Gavin Hulser. He's hauled down as he tries to get a shot off. DeFerris offering support, walks it in to the top of the crease right side. Kenny Burgess up with another save, his 29th on 34 shots faced so far. We're down to the last 5:09 of regulation. Tied up at 5. Lehigh and Delaware. Hulser wins the attacking zone draw. A cannon from Harrison. Good block down right at the top of the crease. And it is cleared out of harm's way by Sinisi. Worked in John O'Shea with a shot from 35 feet. Popped up into the air. Loose puck high in the zone. Thrown in from Birch from 50 feet out. But picked clean. Good works it to center. Good and Emmerich collide unaware of each other's position. Or rather, it was Zimmer and Emmerich. I apologize. Good was the one who dumped it in up the near side. Puck cleared out by Lehigh, and this is an icing originating from Alex Sinisi deep in the Mountain Hawk zone with 4.5 minutes to go in regulation at a 5-5 score. Delaware's had to work way too hard to get this result.
Next goal, James, I'm making a prediction. It's Delaware.
If there is a next goal.
True. I got a feeling, though.
If there's a next goal, you think it's going to be Delaware?
Absolutely. I just got to, you can just see the momentum shifting a little
2
bit.
on 1, Ostrander, Niski, backhander, no! My!
Come on,
Kenny
Niski.
Burgess crosses to the near post to make the save. His 31st of the night, too. Back in come the Mountain Hawks. Shot from the top of the right circle. And who was that? That was Birch. Denied by Ponicello. DeFerris lets one go from the right dot. The rebound nearly cleared out. Ostrander held center point. Niski far corner. Floats it up way in the air. Got lots of loft on that. To Mazzella near corner, back to Niski below the goal again. Niski hassled. Tried to leave it to Ostrander off the Karam shot. But that pass in was picked clean by Calvaruso. 3-on-3. Calvaruso gets around Sidoriak. Walks one in. Shot from point blank range, but that's trapped by Ponicello too. 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
It's turning into like a boxing match now. You had the 2 top scorers for each team go in clean, pretty much. I thought Niski was going to make me look like Jimmy the Greek if he scored there. But both teams, top guys, great scoring chances.
And there's another shot from Michael Grisset, the freshman from New Canaan, Connecticut, at the top of the left circle. But he too was foiled. by the outstretched glove of Chris Ponticello. 200 seconds to go in regulation. Crossing to the right point, Jake Levine topped the puck. Couldn't get it in cleanly. Redgate works it ahead to Gavin Hulser. Here's a 3-on-3. Hulser from the right dot, shot off the near post. Emmerich puts away the rebound, doesn't put away the rebound, but feeds it to Redgate. He's denied on the welcome mat by Burgess. Back in come the Hawks. Good on the back check. Bothered the progress of Calvaruso. Good puck support offered behind from Grisey, but it's stolen again by Redgate. 2:45 to go in regulation. 5-5 the score. Another high shot in the Delaware zone came from Grisey, stopped by Ponticello, and out come the Hens again. Niski at his own blue line. Angled to the far wall by Bihar. In comes Niski, drop past Mazzella in the slot, off the crossbar from 20 feet. Mazzella looking for the go-ahead, can't connect. Puck is tied up off the rebound at the near boards. Trapped by Hulser. It's popped up in the air. Hulser brings it down, but taken away from him by Langevin. Langevin feeds it to Griffith up the right wing side. Dumped in from well over the Delaware blue line. Hulser's off. Ostrander's on in his place. This will be an icing against Delaware as Niski or Sidoriak. I was screened in that left corner. Let the puck go from deep in Blue Hens territory with 1 minute and 57 seconds remaining in regulation.
James, it looks like both Delaware and Lehigh have shortened their bench down to their top two lines.
I am not surprised.
There's with this little bit of time left, you want to get your most offensive players out there and try to get that next goal, obviously, for obvious reasons. So, on that, there was one play there where, again, if you're a young player and you're watching, Hulser's trying to carry the puck out. I believe it was Hulser, and the puck got picked. There you don't just keep skating. You got to, especially in your own zone, you got to slam the brakes on. And a lot of young players, they get into that habit of just making it a big, just if they lose the puck, they continue to skate forward as opposed to slamming the brakes on and go back and get that thing because it's in your zone. It's a 5-5 game especially. Actually, it's just a good habit to get into all the time. Not just on score, but even in practice. We have players, we got to always correct them and tell them, hey, you got to stop. You're right there. You got to stop. You lost the puck. You go 30 feet away, you're definitely not going to get it back.
Absolutely.
Unless one of your teammates does your work for you.
Lehigh timeout working to its end. Face-off will be to the right of Chris Ponticello. Mazzella takes it for the Delaware Blue Hens. Deadlocked at 5. Puck bobbled by Lehigh's Michael Grisey. 2-on-1 for Delaware. Niski tries to stay with the puck. He was angled wide by Gulick. Left back to DeFerris. Niski left half wall. Feeds to Sidoriak center point. Through on off the pads of Burgess. Ostrander in the right corner did field the rebound. Niski's backdoor feed to Mazzella was broken up. And here's a 1-on-1 for Lehigh. Grisey bodied off the puck center point. It trails back into the Delaware zone, but held in by Calvaruso after the Hens failed to clear. Swatted in deeper by Bihar across to the far wall. Now comes Mena. Left high again to Levine. It rolls in behind the Delaware cage. Walked by Mena. Now around for a shot comes Bihar, covered up by Ponticello with 1 minute and 1 second to go in regulation. This game tied yet at 5 aside.
This is one of the reasons I feel Delaware was going to score the next goal. With it being 5-5, Lehigh couldn't put the 5 guys in the box like they were. They were a little bit more spread out. As soon as Delaware gets them spread out, then they get
1
the
minute
great
remaining in the
chances.
period. 1 minute. As soon as Delaware gets them spread out, you were saying that plays to their advantage?
Yes, it definitely does. When Delaware's in the offensive zone, the chances just went through the roof.
Redgate across to Hulser right side. Drop pass back to Emmerich. Mishandled in the high slot. Puck rolls into the path of Nick Raymondelli, who's got 2 already tonight for Lehigh. Headman up the middle to Bihar. He tried to shoot from 30 feet away, but it was knocked off its line by Jack Zimmer to the far corner. Rolls to the near side. Good, can't walk it through. Chased down by the forechecking Cameron Mena. He and Emmerich converge at the near corner. It's muscled on through by Harrison Good. Hulser carries it on over the line. Draw it back to Emmerich. 17 seconds to go. Emmerich bodied off the puck below the Lehigh goal line by Raymondelli. Held by Mena up the near boards. Worked in over neutral territory. Calvaruso shot from 30 feet. Missed the near post. It rolls back behind the Delaware goal. The horn sounds, and we are going to overtime. Third period shots on goal, Lehigh 14 for a regulation total of 30. Delaware 12 for a regulation total of 39. So on to the overtime frame we go, 5 minutes, 3-on-3. That'll work to Delaware's advantage.
Yes.
Space helps Delaware. They're fast. They know how to take advantage of it. Even when we're even strength 4-on-4, it seems that Delaware has the advantage there just by virtue of how much room they've got to work with on the ice.
You know, James, that's absolutely right. And this is what's great about this game. Last night, Lehigh got beat 10-2, but you have to play hard all the time, you know. You might say, well, it's 5-5. Is it because Delaware just played that bad, or is it because Lehigh played that good? I think it's a little bit of both. It is. It really is. Lehigh played a really good game. They played smart. They got it. That first period was a little rough for them, but they got it solved by sticking, like I said, dropping everybody back. And as soon as they got possession, they'd send a guy and make those long stretch passes and try to get some offense that way.
They gave Kenny Burgess really good support in the low slot. They kept it clogged up, and that's what took away Delaware's opportunities to put rebounds back.
That's exactly right. The quality of shots went down for Delaware, not just the number, but the quality. And the thing was when you watched why I said I thought Delaware would score the next goal was because in the last 4 or 5 minutes, Lehigh had to play a little bit more. They had to get the offense going. So once they got stretched out, Delaware got some great scoring chances. I really thought that, you know, they hit a post, they had a breakaway, but like you said, now with the 3-on-3, if they're smart and use their speed, they should pull a W out of this.
Niski, Ostrander, Sidoriak, the 3-on for Delaware. Calvaruso, Gulick, and Sinisi, the 3-on for Lehigh. Up the middle comes Keith Calvaruso. Tried to drop it back.
I really thought that was going to be a trip.
I thought so too, but that's just a garden variety offside.
It's a shame because if he didn't have his feet pulled out, Ostrander was off for a breakaway.
Absolutely. Lehigh maintains the puck in the neutral zone. Sinisi up the right side. Calvaruso. Angle to the far wall by Sidoriak. Meanwhile, Gulick cut in up the near wall. And his premature entry to the zone gives us another face-off above the Delaware blue line, this time right in front of the Lehigh bench. Ostrander's able to force Gulick back into the Mountain Hawk zone. Cross-ice feed from Calvaruso, picked clean by Ostrander. Advanced to Niski at center. He's going to retreat back to his own blue line and build up some speed up the middle. Mike Niski, a cannon from 35 feet. There it is, your Delaware Blue Hens. 46 seconds into overtime. Pull out. A nail-biter of a win over Lehigh. 6-5. Niski.
How great was that, James?
Finishes it for Delaware, and I think I owe you a milkshake from the creamery.
You definitely do. But, you know, it really what was great about that was, Calvaruso and Niski were lined up on that one-on-one head-to-head, and Niski won on that one. You know, and that was great. That was a great shot. He played, did a nice job, but getting that shot up. But I'll tell you who was really key on that, too, was Sidoriak in that playing really, really well against Calvaruso when they had the puck. They eventually got it to Niski like they needed to because he's the top gun and very fast. And on 3-on-3, you want that guy to have the puck. Just like Lehigh was looking for Calvaruso. Delaware got it to Niski, and Niski made no mistake. he had that clean breakaway miss, but he didn't miss on this one. And it was a heck of a shot.
Heck of a shot from 40 feet in past the glove of Burgess, and that seals a much harder win than it needed to be for Delaware. 6-5, but you take that second period away. They win this one pretty comfortably, 6-2.
Oh, yeah, they definitely made it a lot harder than they needed to.
That being said, Hens improved to 20-11 on the year. However, they've got their work cut out for them coming into next week when they take on Liberty.
James, you need games. I know it's going to sound crazy, but you need games like this once in a while. It's a good gut check game. You just beat the team 10-2, and you come out and you're going into overtime with them the very next night. All right, we had some things not go right for us, but in the end we stuck it out. We scored the game tire and then the game winner. So that's a real good test for Delaware, and it proves that they, know how to battle back. And like I said, you need games like this once in a while to build character in the team, and then going into the playoffs, you want to have a few close games going into the end of the season, because that builds a little bit of strength when you win games like this, so that you end up in the playoffs. And those type of games, a lot of times you see them 3-2, right, James? 5-4, 2-1, those kind of games. And you have to get used to winning those one-goal games, and Delaware just did it tonight, and that's great.
You have to get used to playing in workmanlike fashion. You can't just roll over everybody.
No.
You've got to show some tenacity. You've got to win those small battles and be able to stack them together. And there's going to be loads of adversity for this team next week. Regardless of the result, they're going to have to give 110% every shift if they're going to come out with even 2 points next weekend.
Exactly, and I would look at this game, if I'm the Delaware team, to say we got to work harder the whole game, and not to take anything for granted. But at the same time, look at the positives that came out of this game. You're down, you tie it up, you go into overtime, you win it. You fought back. Ponticello had a really strong third period, which he needed to do, because, again, when you're in a game and you're down 5-4.
13-14 in the third period.
Yeah, I mean, when you're in a game like this, James, where you're down 5-4, it's can make everybody tighten up a little bit. And he has to stay loose, and he has to make the saves to make sure the team feels like, okay, we can take a few chances, and he's right there to backstop us, and he did a great job.
As he, per usual, does. Saved, 25 of 30 shots tonight. Saved the ones that mattered, especially toward the end. Got hot in the third period. He improves to 18-10 on the year. Lehigh's Kenny Burgess, 34 saves on 40 shots. He drops to 8-10-1 on the year. The only goalie for Lehigh this season. 8-10-1. Lehigh does come out of Delaware with one of 4 possible points. Delaware rolls on to face the Flames next week. They're 20-11 so far this year, and they are 17-1 on home ice. How about that?
Wow. That's a strong team.
Bob Thomas, we're going to take a coffee break. Yep. We're going to turn the page. When we come back, roughly in about 30-35 minutes, we'll rejoin the action at Fred Rust Arena when the University of Delaware Division II team takes on Maryland. We certainly hope you can stick with us. Also coming up on DHN as we work into the postseason part of our schedule, February 14th through 16th, ACHA Division II and their Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey Conference playoffs coming up from Iceland, just north of Trenton, New Jersey. We'll be there for all of that here on DHN 1 and on DHN 2 as well. And then March 6th through 8th, the Eastern States Collegiate Hockey League playoffs from Westchester's Iceline Quad Rink facility, featuring the Division I Delaware Blue Hens and 5 of their common rivals. That'll be March 6th through 8th, and we'll have all of that action for you, too, all right here on DHN 1. Bob Thomas and I will be back with you in round about half hour, 35 minutes. Second half of our doubleheader coming up will feature the Delaware Division II team taking on the Maryland Terrapins. It's closing night for the D2 Blue Hens in the regular season. This is Delaware Hockey Night on DHN 1, and it's all brought to you by the DHN Media Group. the second half of our Delaware Hockey Night doubleheader. Let's head back inside the glass at Fred Rust Arena. And here we are at the University of Delaware. The Division I Blue Hens eked out a 6-5 overtime win over the Lehigh Mountain Hawks. And we turn the page for the second half of our twin bill tonight as the Division II Delaware Blue Hens host the Maryland Terrapins. In the second half of our doubleheader. James Witherite and Bob Thomas joining you this evening as videographer Matt Schoenfeld gives you a live look inside the final ice preparations here for this Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey Conference matchup between the 8th-seeded Terrapins and the 5th-seeded Blue Hens, who last night were defeated by Ryder in a 7-6 barn burner in Lawrenceville, New Jersey. While we await the start of this second game, a look ahead on the DHN schedule. The American Collegiate Hockey Association, of course, nearing season's end, and we've got playoff action here on DHN. February 14, 15, and 16, the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey Conference playoffs take place at Iceland in Hamilton, New Jersey, where both the Terps and the Blue Hens compete. We will have all 7 games next weekend on Delaware Hockey Night TV 1 and 2. And our good friend Joe Sindoni will be joining us for that weekend tournament. March 6th, 7th, and 8th, the Eastern States Collegiate Hockey League playoffs come to Iceline in Westchester. The Division I Blue Hens will be part of that postseason event. And we'll have that all for you on Delaware Hockey Night TV as well. The radio streams will go dormant next weekend and March 6, 7, 8, but all of these games will be brought to you on DHN TV. Maryland and Delaware about to close out the Blue Hens regular season. The officials have taken to the ice, Mike Delphin and Eric Michaels. The referees tonight, Casey Robinson and Brett Hill handling the lines. And we'll take you inside the glass for tonight's special senior night pregame. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome your University of Delaware Blue Hens. It is senior night, so the tone a little bit more solemn for this closing night entrance. Hens decked out in their home white sweaters. Blue Hen logo on the front, blue numbers on the sleeves and back. Blue helmets, blue pants. They'll travel left to right in the first period. The Maryland Terrapins, clad in red, black pants, red socks, will move from right to left here in the first of 3 periods. They will tonight be backstopped by Matt Derry, 2-11 and 0 on the year with a .535 goals against average. There's a look at him right now, courtesy Matt Schoenfeld, who also occupies the blue paint whenever he's on the ice. So he certainly knows how to read the game. Gotta love goalies. They know how to read the game, and they understand accountability probably as well as anybody. Kyle Blevins and Ian Harland manning the carpet. They'll roll it out to center. And without further ado, let's take you inside Fred Rust Arena for tonight's Division II Blue Hens Senior Night festivities. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome to Fred Rust Arena on the campus of the University of Delaware. Before this evening's regular season finale for your Delaware Blue Hens, we would like to recognize a trio of senior Blue Hen players for their accomplishments and contributions to the University of Delaware Division II hockey team. The lights have been raised. Kyle rolls the carpet out to center ice. Photographer Tisa Della Volpe heading out as well. She will capture tonight's pregame ceremony in still images, as she so capably does, and you see her photography too on DEHockeyNight.com. And without further ado, here we go. Our first senior from Westchester, Pennsylvania, defenseman and alternate captain number 18, Dylan Knox. Meeting him at center ice, his parents, Lorraine and Kenny Knox. Dylan has played 4 seasons at Delaware, and tonight will be his 82nd game as a Blue Hen. He has 4 goals and 16 assists and is known for his hard-hitting defensive play, amassing 70 penalty minutes. He is very grateful that his parents were able to come to most of his home games and take him out to dinner afterwards. Dylan is graduating with a major in computer engineering and a minor in cybersecurity and computer science. After graduation, he will be commissioning as a 2nd lieutenant in the U.S. Army and serving under the Army Cyber Command at Fort Gordon, Georgia. Congratulations and thank you, Dylan Knox. On from his time as a Blue Hen to serve the United States of America. And what a great guy, too, Dylan Knox. Our next senior is from Jefferson, New Jersey. Goalie, alternate captain, number 35, Stephen Odgers. He will be met at center ice by his mother, Katie, and his brothers, Brad and Kevin. Brad, a fellow goalie as well, played for Montclair State. Stephen has played 4 seasons at Delaware, and tonight he will be making his 62nd appearance between the pipes. He has a career record of 32 wins and 20 defeats with 6 shutouts, and his .906 save percentage last year and again this year ties him for 3rd place for a single season save percentage in the history of the club. His 3 shutouts last season puts him in 1st place for a single season shutout record, and his 2 this year also gives him a tie for 2nd. One of his favorite moments playing at the University of Delaware was last fall's overtime win against Liberty right here at Fred Rust Arena. Stephen will be graduating with an economics major, and he plans on pursuing a career in that profession after graduation. Let's hear it for the backstop of the Blue Hens. Your goalie, number 35, Stephen Odgers. He's got the wave going on, too. Our final senior is from Pequog, New York. Forward, your captain, number 12, Matt Tofty. Matt will be met by his parents, Linda and Eric Tofty, near center ice. Matt has played 4 seasons as a Delaware Blue Hen, and tonight will be his 94th career game in the white, blue, and gold. He has scored 13 goals and 19 assists over his career and became heavily relied on in shorthanded situations. Over those 94 games, a mild-mannered fellow typically, Matt has only accumulated but 18 total penalty minutes. Two of his favorite moments playing at UD are the team's thrilling upset overtime wins, one against Penn State at Pagola this fall, and also the aforementioned Liberty game right here last November. Matt will be graduating with a double major in management and sport management and will seek employment in the business and sport industries after graduation. Congratulations and thank you to your Blue Hens captain, Matt Tofty. One more hand for all 3 of our Blue Hens seniors, ladies and gentlemen. Messrs. Odgers, Knox, and Tofty return to their ranks at the goal line. Kyle and Ian will roll the carpet. And as they say about 2/3 of the way in Monty Python and the Holy Grail, we will get on with it. This is a good time to bring in Bob Thomas for just a brief moment. Bob, Delaware rolled over Maryland in their earlier meeting this season. And the Hens coming in off a 7-6 defeat at Ryder yesterday. They're going to have to keep the Jets on.
Absolutely. Well,
you can't play down.
No, for sure.
That's bitten all 4 of these Delaware teams in the rear end this season.
Well, we just saw it, James. The D1 team won Friday night 10-2. Came out the second night, and lo and behold, you went into overtime. They go into overtime. They have to win that thing. So you have to play game by game. It doesn't matter what happens.
Hens are going to have to give
yesterday.
100%. Let's listen in right now to the starting lineup, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen, here are tonight's starting lineups. For the University of Maryland Terrapins, coached by Joe Carter, starting in goal, number 32, Matt Derry. On defense, number 17, Tyler McAvoy. And number 3, Nathan Hefner. Starting at left wing, number 14, Griffin Connolly. At right wing, number 26, David Ely. And the starting center for the Terrapins, number 24, Thomas Murphy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the starting lineup for your University of Delaware Fighting Blue Hens. Starting in goal, number 35, Stephen Odgers. On defense, number 20, Dylan Green. And number 18, Dylan Knox. Starting at left wing, number 8, Ryan Lowe. At center, number 17, Devin LeBlanc. And starting at right wing this evening, your captain, number 12, Matt Tofty. Your Blue Hens are coached by Vince Falkowski and Bob Stroik. Tonight's referees are Mike Delphin and Eric Michaels. The linesmen are Brett Hill and Casey Robinson. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you please stand if able. And gentlemen, please remove your hats as we honor the United States of America with the Star-Spangled Banner. Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave. You ready to go, Bob?
I'm ready. Are you ready, James?
Born ready. Let's play
There
some
we
hockey.
go, yeah. Nothing like a doubleheader.
What was it? Ernie Banks who said, let's play
let's
two,
play
right?
two, right? Heck yeah.
Little earth, wind, and fire to get us in the mood.
Here we go. Putting on my disco shoes.
All three seniors in the starting six for Delaware. Matt Tofty at the right wing with Ryan Lowe and Devin LeBlanc, co-leading scorer with 11 goals and 10 assists this year. Ryan Johnson with 11 and 10 as well. Shane Moran, another name to look at, 10 goals, 15 assists on the season. On the Maryland side, second line seems to be the power line with Liam Eden with 10 goals. Evan Yamaguchi with another 7. In to take the opening draw, though, it will be Thomas Murphy, and we're underway here in the first state. Max Flink has not started the clock. So we get a few seconds of bonus hockey as Delaware presses into the attacking zone. Trying to muscle the puck up the near boards is Murphy, and he does, out. Back as far as the Delaware blue line and then some. Ely tries to center it. At the tops of the circles, Tofty muscles that puck away, walks it into a 1-on-4, is driven in to the near boards by the hip of McAvoy. Puck trails in toward the Maryland cage where it's covered up by Matt Derry for the stoppage. Face-off 27 seconds into the game will be to Derry's left. Batted into the near corner by LeBlanc. Picked clean by Connor Havey. Worked free to Ian Shawtrick. He dodges a hit in neutral ice at the far boards from Lowe. Works the puck in behind. It rolls out to the near corner where it's brought free by Tofty ahead to Devin LeBlanc again. He sets up a 2-on-2. Dumps the puck in behind the net of the Maryland Terrapins. Chases it down. Flips it to Lowe in the near corner. Up high, Tyler Swift. Tried to let one rip from 64 feet away, but it was stick down by Evan Yamaguchi and sent sailing from the Maryland blue line all the way into the Delaware crease, where it was batted away by Stephen Odgers. That advance was onside, so it does serve as the first Maryland shot on goal of the evening, albeit a pretty weak one. Sapia's line comes in. He's on with Moran and Ryan Johnson. Lazy shot from the slot was blocked over to the far corner, recovered by Ryan Johnson there. He's driven into the backboards by Dom Sesto. Johnson recovers in the near corner, flips the puck to Adrian Rodriguez at the near point. Back in past Johnson from the half wall to Moran in the corner. He's bodied down by Thomas Pedersen. Rodriguez holds the zone, shot from long range, was sticked away in a congested slot. Sesto tries to clear the zone off the carom shot far side, but the puck is trapped at the foot of the Maryland bench before being extracted by number 92, Brian Murray. Cross ice feed to Pedersen. Worked ahead as to center ice, blocked down by Sapia, but he gives it away to Sesto. Headman feed up the middle, intended for Liam Eden, broken up at the Delaware blue line, recovered by Dylan Johnson deep in Hens territory, but he's pressed back behind his own goal by the forechecking Eden. Puck skitters back to center, being advanced up the near boards by Rodriguez. Recovered by Murphy for Maryland, and up the middle he comes. Shot from 40 feet, tipped behind the cage by Odgers, picked up cleanly by Raymore. Advanced to Johnson, cross ice feed, intended for Bobby Labrasi, was blocked down by the stick of Maryland alternate captain Tommy Murphy. Back in come the Terps. Puck contested at the near corner. Ely was marked by Dylan Green. Labrasi will walk it out up the near side. Headman pass hits Benny Bergman. He splits defenders after dumping the puck into the near corner from the half boards. He's tied up by a pair of Terrapins. To his aid comes Labrasi, but Nate Hefner is able to wrist the puck over to the far side where Ely picks it up at the goal line extended, clears his zone, advances to Murphy. Murphy's kept wide in the Delaware end by Knox. He's forced to circle behind the cage, ultimately lost the puck. We're just past the 3-minute mark here in the first period of a scoreless game. Second half of our doubleheader, pitting the Delaware Blue Hens Division II team against the Maryland Terrapins. Here's Griffin Connolly in up the left wing boards, slammed into the glass by Cassidy just upon gaining center red. He was able to work the puck in behind the Delaware goal, enough time for a Maryland line change. Now Dylan Knox works the puck free. Bergman just got taken down by Weiss Shahady, wearing number 16 for Maryland. Popping back up is Sean Camisa into a 1-on-3. His stick lifted as he gets a shot away from the left dot, and the follow-up goes in. The Delaware Blue Hens are on the board. .357 in.
James, that was pretty interesting because Maryland was really pretty much, had the better of the position or the zone play, and just one good rush up, and the puck gets behind and centered nicely by the Delaware, and it's 1-0. So it's a great start in the first 4 minutes.
Nice fast break to get things going on the Delaware side. And it was a kid that you coached against, Pat Swain.
Oh, yeah.
Finished.
There we go.
A Delaware goal, his second of the season, scored by number 25, Patrick Swain. Assisted by number 22, Sean Camisa, and number 9, Evan Cassidy. Time of the goal, 3:57 in the first period. Swain's second from Camisa and Cassidy at 3:57. Face off to the right of Derry, won by LeBlanc. Left to Marciniak at the left point. He throws one in from long range, but it was tipped up in the air on its way through a pretty congested high slot. Swift holds the zone at the near point, works it in low to LeBlanc. He's bodied off his intended pass. Swift with a laser from the right point. Bounces off the cap rail up into the atmosphere, and this puck is cleared out by Liam Eden as far as the Delaware blue line. Hens able to re-enter fairly unabated. In comes Lowe from the right dot, but he ran into congestion right at the top of the Maryland crease, could not get a shot away. Worked back in the other direction, chased down near corner, and backhanded out of harm's way by Pedersen. Up to center it goes. Marciniak tries to swat it the other way, but Scotty Sutherland is able to power through for the Maryland side. And we've got our first penalty of the game. Eric Michaels signals a rough. At the 5:20 mark of the first period, and a young man that you coached, Tyler
Right.
Swift.
On that one, though, I got to say, Tyler may have wanted to, back off on that because that was a really late play, and it obviously cost, him a penalty. But just watching the early play, when Delaware plays below Maryland's dots in the offensive zone, James, they're getting great chances. But the biggest thing is, another prediction, one of the defensemen is going to score for Delaware tonight. They're wide open right now.
Like we've said before, you've got to move the puck and take the shots where they're not ready for them.
And that's it. Already the points have gotten several good scoring opportunities because of how low Maryland's playing.
Bad puck movement from Maryland out of the far corner. That was sent by Jetson Koo, but all the way out into the Maryland zone. The Terrapins will have to chase back to recover. Delaware penalty assessed to number 21, Tyler Swift. 2 minutes for roughing. Time of the penalty, 5:20 in the first period. Swift 2 for roughing at 5:20. Another shot in from the left corner, and Liam Eden popped up in the air. Comes down to the near corner. Liam challenged. Puck swatted out of harm's way by Ryan Johnson. Fresh penalty killers coming on for Delaware. Johnson, Moran both off. On to take their place will be Sapia and Tofty, as Dylan Johnson and Dylan Green stay back on defense. Tyler McAvoy at his own blue line. Headman pass up the left wing boards. Hits David Ely. He's tied up. Back it comes to McAvoy. Cross ice feed. Connolly tried to work it in down low, holding close to home. Another alumnus of Salesianum and Dylan Johnson.
Made a really good play there, James.
Yes, he did. Clogged up the slot and swatted the puck out of the Royal Road to keep this penalty kill going strong. 12 seconds left on the Swift roughing minor. McAvoy behind his own goal. Will try to give Maryland one last attack with the man up. McAvoy comes in up the middle, shoots after getting around Green. Odgers denied him. Puck is cleared out by the Hens. There is no icing. It came to a halt 10 feet above the goal line, and Cal Raymore was able to win the foot race to the biscuit over Thomas Murphy. Here's Bergman in from the corner, shot from the dot, deflected by Murphy into the far glass. It ricochets out to the left point, held in by the backhand of Dylan Knox. Raymore bodied into the backboards by McAvoy. Bergman centering past Labrossi, shoots and scores. Bobby Labrossi gets that centering feed net front for his second of the year. The Hens keep rolling, and it is 2-0.
Both goals, James, because of Maryland not doing a good job in net front presence there. They're just not aware of where the Delaware guys are coming in from. Both goals were scored relatively close, so they've got to put their heads on swivels. You teach kids early on in defensemen, put your head on a swivel, check what's around you, and both times the Delaware players were wide open.
Bobby Labrossi right on a tee at the top of the crease from Benny Bergman to get his second of the year, and it's now 2-0, Blue Hens up. A Delaware goal! His second of the season, scored by number 10, Bobby Labrossi. Assisted by number 14, Ben Bergman, and number 16, Cal Raymore. Time of the goal, 7 minutes, 53 seconds in the first period. Labrossi second from Bergman and Raymore at 7:53. Delaware offside, face-off came just above the Maryland blue line. Cassidy left it back to Marciniak over the center logo. He dumps the puck in, chased down by Camisa in the near corner. Back to Swift at the point right side. Evan Cassidy again with it. Ricochets it off the near dashers. Back to Swift, barely holding the zone. Cassidy tries to walk one through. He opens fire from 30 feet just above the right dot. But his shot from there is caught and held onto by Matt Derry with 11:12 to go here in the first period. Face off again to the left of Derry, won by Delaware. Long shot from Swift, sticked aside by Derry to the far corner. Chased down by Eden, he cannot clear the zone as Marciniak keeps that left point airtight. Worked in deep again, handled by Pedersen, backhanded around to the near side where Swift is challenged, trying to maintain the zone. He can't ultimately do so. Brian Murray gets it away for the Terps. Headman up the right wing boards in neutral ice. On to Eden. Rifled in behind the Delaware goal from there. Recovered by Andrew Marciniak. Stretch pass, evades Cassidy, but Cassidy wins the race to the goal line to negate the icing. Leaves the puck back for Connor Riley coming in at the left odds, but his momentum carried him out of the Royal Road. He couldn't get a clean shot off. The puck was stolen from him by Murray. Walked up the right wing boards. He gets over the center line before flipping the puck in behind the Delaware goal. He comes off in exchange for the fresh legs of Nate Hefner. Puck remains loose in the far corner of the Delaware end as we come to the halfway point of the first period. Shot 7-6 advantage Delaware with 10 minutes in the books. The score 2-0. Blue Hens with both goals and both inside that 12-foot radius of the center of the cage. In fact, I think if we had the ringette crease here, Bob, they both would have taken place inside the blue arc.
Well, it's the truth, and right now we're seeing the tale of two different 10-minute period. 5 minutes Maryland, the other 5 was Delaware.
As an aside, how much ringette have you watched?
Not a lot. Not a lot.
Enough to know where that other second crease is, right?
Yes.
You've been to the rinks up in New Brunswick and whatnot.
Oh, yeah.
McAvoy's shot from the left point gets past Odgers on the redirect. And the Terps get one back.
Well,
it started from Tyler McAvoy at the left point, but it was tipped in from there.
And again, another goal. All 3 goals were in tight, James. And again, both teams are guilty of not covering the front of that net strong. You're letting guys wide open. They're going to put the puck in the net. It's got to be stick on
certainly been
stick.
the case both ways.
Oh, yeah. They're both guilty of it now.
David Ely gets the tip for his 4th of the season from McAvoy. And Maryland cuts the Delaware lead down to a single goal. Maryland goal, his 4th of the season, scored by number 26, David Ely. Assisted by number 17, Tyler McAvoy. Time of the goal, 10 minutes, 47 seconds in the first period. Ely's 4th from McAvoy at 10:47. Sapia chases down the puck in the near corner. Tried to work it to Moran, but he was sandwiched behind the Maryland goal by a pair of Terrapins. Out up the right wing boards comes Havey. He gets to center before floating the puck into the Delaware end. He comes off for some fresh legs. Hens having a little trouble getting out of their zone. Now Sapia is able to generate some space. He gets to just above the blue line, throws a long shot in. From 75 feet out, it's sticked down by Derry, chased by Sapia to the far corner. He is double teamed there, and now he is tripped by Brian Murray. The Murray trip will send the Delaware Blue Hens to their first Colonial Motors power play of the night. And it begins with just over 8 minutes remaining here in the first period. Face-off won by Raymore. Bergman gets it from Marciniak, high in the zone, taken away by Scotty Sutherland, 20 feet inside the Maryland blue line. And he fires it clear from there. It's officially a hook on Brian Murray. Maryland penalty assessed to number 92, Brian Murray. 2 minutes for hooking. Time of the penalty, 11:59 in the first period. Murray 2 for hooking at 11:59. In comes Marciniak. Stonewalled by McAvoy, 10 feet in the blue line, but he's able to dump the puck into the Maryland zone a lot deeper. Bergman working the far corner. Leaves it to Marciniak across to Rodriguez. One-timer. Kick save and a beauty by Derry. Keeps it a 2-1 game. 1:04 left on the Murray penalty. Another one-timer from Rodriguez, this time blocked by Liam Eden. Thrown in after the fact. Glove down by Eden on the way back through the slot. Rodriguez, center point. Can't hold the zone. Bergman recovers. Hens regroup. Benny Bergman in up the left wing wall. Centering pass to Raymore, shot from 20 feet, had way too much loft on it, and the puck goes into the netting out of play behind the Maryland net. With 6:45 to go here in the first period of a 2-1 game advantage, Delaware.
Delaware had some really good movement on that first unit. Came close a couple times, James. Really liked the way they were kicking it back to the point.
Couple good shots from A-Rod. One really nice one, but then the second one, good sacrifice by the Maryland winger to take one for the team and block that down.
Oh, and that shot was moving too. Both of his shots were.
It was, and so was Tofty's from the top of the left circle just now. Originally bobbled by Derry, but he covers up the puck to force a stoppage with 6:25 to go in the opening frame. Now the shots start to rain in. Delaware is up to 10 as Tofty with the second power play wave. Make that the first power play wave. It was power play 2 that started. We've got LeBlanc, Johnson, Moran, Lowe, and Tofty out. 5 forwards. So we've really seen power plays evolve from your standard 3-2 to the very common 4-1, which we saw for a good long while, and now we've got 5 forwards out, which really seems to be in vogue. Shot from LeBlanc, center point, was tipped aside on the doorstep. Johnson tries to maintain the rebound. He does so, holds the zone, fed to LeBlanc, center point again. His wrister from 60 feet rang off the end boards, and now is cleared out by the Terps. Yamaguchi and Dylan Johnson in a race for the puck. Dylan is able to get to it for Delaware. Back in up the right side he comes. A laser from 40 feet. Batted by Derry back in behind his own goal line. And it's worked back the other way by Brennan O'Brien of the Terrapins. Some fresh legs on, and now Delaware is able to advance out of their zone. Bob, we see these 5 forwards on the power play a lot more now than we used to, as Cassidy gets called offside.
Well,
with 5:04 to go. And while I feel like that has the potential to really boost the offensive firepower, it leaves a big gaping hole at that team's blue line in a lot of cases.
Usually one of the reasons you have that defenseman back there is, one, they're good at quarterback because they're used to seeing ice from there.
Absolutely.
But the other reason too, James, is a lot of times your defensemen it used to be this way. They were the big guys that had the big cannon shots. The Al McGinnises out there.
Right.
But in this situation now, it's almost
kind of like the role that DeFerris plays on the Division I team.
Exactly. The difference now is just about all these guys can shoot. I mean, at a really high, speed. So I get it, and especially with a bigger ice surface now, you're looking at you've got 5 really fast guys that know how to stick handle, and the downside is how well do they play the one-on-ones, and how well do they see what a defenseman's used to seeing his whole life from back there.
The thing with Devin LeBlanc manning the point, though, whenever he was in high school, yes, he was a forward for the Salesian varsity team, but on the JV team, what position did he play there?
Goalie. Devin can play anywhere.
He's just a great kid.
Yeah.
Love Devin.
Smart, too. Real smart.
Nate Hefner in traffic in the Maryland zone is able to muscle the puck free under duress to Eden, now across to Sutherland at center red. Tried to work it back to the near side. That pass broken up by Riley. Lofted it by Swain from 80 feet. That will be credited as a shot on goal, as play was onside at the time of the shot. And Matt Derry makes a necessary glove save with 4:08 to go to keep things moving along and actually bring us a stoppage. And Delaware gets an attacking zone face-off out of it. Ray Moore in to take the draw for Delaware across from Landon Wynn. From right over the line, and Elkton. Green, no! He thought he had it. So did we in the press box. That shot from the right point bounced off the pipe and back out into the slot. Here's Dylan Green again. Up the right wing boards, he gets to center, rolls it in. A hard carom shot to the far corner where Benny Bergman's plastered into the wall by Murray battling for the puck. Raymore offers aid, leaves it to Knox, across to Green now, top of the right circle. Hard shot blocked in a congested slot, looked like it was off the skates of Thomas Pedersen. Pedersen gains the puck, rolls it off the cap rail to the left point where Knox was challenged for the puck by Koshku, and it was taken away from him. Bergman back in up the near side. Rolls it behind the Maryland goal. It is cleared out now to Ely. Ely in a 2-on-2, kept wide by Rodriguez. Murphy trails him, mishandled the puck at the top of the near circle. Back to Ely it goes after a failed clear. He's denied by the outstretched waffle board of Steven Odgers, directing that puck to the near corner. Connor Havey with a follow-up shot high in the zone, blocked down. Connolly far corner, centering pass, bounces off the stick of Murphy, mishandled. He retraces it, leaves it high to Koo. Shot from the far corner, and Ely rang off the post. He got his own rebound at the base of the Delaware bench. Cycles it now to Murphy. Back behind, Ely. Tied up by Dylan Johnson, who reaches in to try to clear the puck. Judson Koo holds the right point, caroms it in to the near half wall from below the goal. Zone held at the near point by Havey. 2:14 to go. Good movement here from Maryland, but they're unable to get any real quality chances off. Ryan Johnson swats the puck into the Maryland zone, but he was behind the red line when he did, so this is going to come back in icing with 2:05 remaining in period number 1.
That was definitely the best sustained pressure that Maryland's had this whole game.
Oh, absolutely.
They were really moving the puck well, and it just won the battles on the boards too to go along with that.
They've only managed 1 point in conference play so far this season, 0-11-1. this game and then one more against Stevenson on Sunday will bring their regular season to a close. But they showed that they're not lacking as far as grit and ability to win those battles, which are absolutely necessary components.
So far, what I've seen of Maryland, James, it's hard to believe that they have the record that they do. You know, they scrap for everything, they fight for every loose puck. I'm surprised, you know.
Moran picked the puck clean from McAvoy, walked it in. No, he's denied on the welcome mat by Matt Derry. Moran gets his own rebound, can't put it past. He's angled to the dot and knocked off his feet by Yamaguchi. Hefner overskates the puck below the goal. Sapia was able to gather it in cleanly. Moran challenged by Yamaguchi behind the net. They get tied up. They both lost their footing, and Maryland is able to clear. Tyler McAvoy sends it back to center. 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute. Rifled back in by Marciniak. Hens able to reset. Shane Moran double teamed at the near wall. Evan Yamaguchi takes the puck away. Swatted back by Tyler Swift, but given on to Scott Sutherland. He works back into the Delaware zone. Skates a circle in the near corner. Cross ice feed bounces off the far wall out into neutral territory before Havey slams it back in. Steadied by Odgers, left for Swift. Behind the Delaware goal, headman pass finds Moran, good clean breakout. Moran gets to center, dumps it in from there. Ryan Johnson, the lone pursuer for the Blue Hens. Meanwhile, the others change up. LeBlanc broke up a breakout pass, couldn't penetrate the Maryland blue line. Sesto held it. Up the middle comes Scott Sutherland for Maryland, but he gets tied up by Ryan Lowe, just 20 feet inside the Delaware line. Tofty's shot from the near half wall missed its target by a country mile and then some. The puck rolls back behind the Maryland goal. The horn sounds, and the first period has reached its conclusion. 20 minutes in the books. Maryland trailing Delaware 2-1 in this Division II ACHA matchup. More to come when we break for the intermission. This is Delaware Hockey Night, brought to you by the DHN Media Group.
A strong first impression is crucial in today's fast-paced world. With decades of experience in print, digital, and broadcast media, the DHN Media Group is uniquely equipped to make your brand's first impression a memorable one. To learn about writing and editing services, web and graphic design, social media consultation, multimedia production, and more, visit www.dhnmediagroup.com.
Colonial Motors, a fixture in the automotive industry in Delaware for over 25 years, is here to help you find your next vehicle with solutions to fit every purpose and budget. Hassle-free financing, competitive trade-ins, and a full-service department make Colonial Motors the premier option for your next pre-owned car. Visit one of 3 convenient locations in central Delaware, Townsend, Smyrna, and Camden, or browse their vast inventory online at colonialmotorsinc.com.
It's time for the second period. Let's head back upstairs to James Witherite.
Welcome back into Fred Rust Arena. Welcome back into Delaware Hockey Night. James Witherite, Bob Thomas joining you this evening from Fred Rust Arena, where through one period of play, the Delaware Blue Hens have a 2-1 lead over the Maryland Terrapins. And all in all, Bob Thomas, pretty good first period for Delaware. A couple things still they need to attend to, but for the most part, a good, solid first 20 minutes. Good chances. They're trying to crowd the attacking slot as best they can for the rebounds, but
they definitely had the much better scoring chances in that period. You know, they they had that, one to ring, went off the post, and a couple other opportunities.
The green shot, right?
Yeah, it was really,
we thought up here it was a third, and so did he at the point.
I think so. I didn't hear a ding, but, I guess the refs saw it different. But, it was, like you said.
Mikey had a front row seat to that. Not going to question him at all.
Yeah, I thought Delaware.
He was in perfect position.
He was right there. We're up a ways. But I thought Delaware had also the matchups were really strong for Delaware. There was only a couple times where Delaware got, pinned in their own zone and just got out a little bit outplayed. But overall, you're right. I thought it was a good period. When they went on the power play there, I thought this will be interesting if they score here and score another, because we just saw a 4-1 lead. But this one's only 2-1, James, so it should be interesting.
But I'm going to go out on a limb here and say from one game to the next, this 2-1 lead feels a heck of a lot more comfortable.
It does.
Than the Division I team's 4-1 lead through one.
They were the difference to me was
a couple hours ago.
The D1 team was extremely strong in the first period. It was in that second period where everything just kind of fell apart. So, I think that with a 2-1 lead, you won't see this team lay back like the D1 team did. I think the D2 team will come out, with a lot different attitude than the D1 team did, because that 4-1, you beat a team 10-2 the night before and then come out and you're up 4-1 after the first. Sometimes it's hard to stay motivated, to stay that intense, but they learned the lesson.
Up in the press box, it's hard to stay
involved,
invested
sure,
when things get that out of hand.
When it's 10-2, you're like today. With this game, I didn't. We always talk about music too, but I noticed number 11's wearing Zappa instead of Pedersen, and first thing I thought of, well, Frank Zappa was from Baltimore. Could that be a relative?
Who knows?
But it's this is a really good game, though. Delaware, like you said, I think that they're definitely getting the better scoring chances. But at the same time, I'm a little surprised at Maryland's record that you were stating earlier in the first period, because they're not playing like a team that's really, really struggling as bad as they are. They played. I thought they played a very good period also.
They did, however, last night get smoked by Stevenson, I think 7-0.
That makes the season really tough, James.
It really does.
And to stay, like I said, I thought they played a great period for the way they've, for some of the ups and downs that they've had this year. More downs than ups, unfortunately, for Maryland. Whereas Delaware, they want to carry this into the playoffs. They want to have a strong, really strong second and third period here to kind of get everything wrapped up and ready to go.
Put a bow on the regular season. They only lost to Ryder by a goal last night. They get Ryder again on Friday in the first round of the playoffs, but they want to be able to go in to next weekend in New Jersey on a solid note.
Exactly. You want to do that. You want to go in, feeling real good about how you put everything together by the end of the year.
And the second period starts with Tommy Murphy just launching the puck from center into the Delaware zone. Here comes Dylan Green bulldozing up the near boards. He gets past center, rolls the puck in behind the Maryland goal. LeBlanc is tied up by a McAvoy body check. Puck is extracted by Tofty, left to Knox at the right point. Cross ice feed, Green's one-timer, bad contact, terrible line. Hefner emerges with the puck, but he's held in behind his own goal line by Tofty. Puck skitters out to the left point, maintained by Green, slammed in deeper by LeBlanc. It's loose to the far side of the goal, chased down by McAvoy. Head man up the middle to David Ely. It's tipped in the Delaware zone, swatted away by Odgers to the far side, brought back in the slot by Hefner. Knox stays close to home, shovels the puck to the far wall. Tofty can't poke it out of the zone, holding the point. is Brennan O'Brien, wearing number 18 for Maryland. Taken away from him by Lowe, but into a 1-on-2. He's angled to the far corner, centering past Tofty. No dice on the doorstep. Making the save was Matt Derry. Here comes Connor Havey back through for Maryland amidst a line change. Carries the puck deep into the Delaware end. Angles to the left corner. He was kept there by Swift. Leaves it to Ian Chotrick behind the net. Chotrick feeds it up high. Jetson Koo with a rifle from the point clears the crossbar. Puck rings off the glass. It was fanned on at the left point by Connor Havey, trying to maintain the zone. Low pounces, centering past Moran. Fanned on at net front. Where's the puck? It ended up behind the Maryland goal line. Picked cleanly by Koo. He fires it down ice. And this comes back, and icing. Brett Hill's whistle just did not work.
That was a very delayed icing, wasn't it, James?
No delay. I just don't think Brett got enough air in the whistle to sound it.
He's got to change his read. So because the players were sort of like,
Wait a minute, that's an icing. There were two Delaware players, and it was like 15 feet to the next Maryland guy.
Swifty was just like, is it an ice? Is it not an ice? Picked that up, and he didn't know what to do with it.
Swifty very much in the right there, but he's got to be careful sometimes, Bob.
Oh yeah, you never know.
You know.
Because if it's a missed call and you just kind of nonchalant it, that can be in the back of the bucket before you know.
No question. Got to play to the whistle. Sappy into Moran, far corner taken away from him. Moran regains the puck, tries to walk it into the slot, but Yamaguchi blocks it out of his reach. Picked cleanly, 20 feet inside the Maryland line by Chotrick. Walked up the near wall as he crosses over, but a Marciniak body check at the half boards separates him from the puck, and Swift recovers at his own goal line. He fails to clear. Yamaguchi held the zone just inside the Delaware blue line. He was able to muscle a shot off from the top of the far corner boards, but at an awkward angle, sticked away by Odgers. Dumped back in by Eden. Swift leaves it for Marciniak behind the Delaware goal. He clears on this one. And despite Sesto making a play for the puck to try to hold the point, this comes back in icing.
That's one of those things, James, where you've got to get the puck out. I mean, Delaware had multiple chances of, this is a big ice surface. There's no reason you put the puck into an opponent's legs when you have a lot of, you can use the glass, there's so many options.
Another shot from Liam Eden. At the far corner, sticked up into the netting behind the Delaware goal by Odgers and out of play. Another attacking zone face-off for Maryland. It will be taken by Dominic Sesto. Eden and Sutherland at his wings. Draw was won by Sesto. Left back to McAvoy at the point. This one trickles back behind the Delaware net, where Dylan Johnson caroms it clear. Punched out by Bobby Labrossi, and the race is on for a rolling puck to the Maryland line. Swatted back by Eden, but walked back in. Benny Bergman gets tied up in a very congested Maryland slot. Loose puck recovered by Sesto, but he fails to clear up the far boards. Labrossi held it in. Sesto took it away from him. Headman pass to Sutherland up the middle, broken up by Rodriguez, holding down the Delaware blue line. He volleys it back well into the Maryland zone as we near the 4-minute mark of this second period. Delaware with a 2-1 lead over the Maryland Terrapins. Labrossi backhand bar down! Off a forechecking takeaway, Bobby Labrossi gets his second of the night. And it's now 3-1 Blue Hens.
I definitely see one area, James, that Maryland has major concerns with, and that's the net front presence. Their D was nowhere to be found, and I know it. The forecheck was good and everything, but that puck comes off, and there's nobody but the Delaware player in front of the net, and it's again, that's 3 goals from Delaware that have all come in fairly tight. They just
inside the ringette crease.
Yeah, exactly right, James. It really is. I mean, I can see why they have some problems here is just the fact that they just don't play real well in front of their goaltender. So his save percentage, I don't think is as bad as it looks because when you're not getting anybody to help out.
He doesn't have any support.
Right, exactly.
Icing against Delaware, I think that was the case, brings play back into their zone, and Knox is able to clear this time. A Delaware goal, his third of the season, second of the game, scored by number 10, Bobby Labrasi. Assisted by number 16, Cal Raymore. Time of the goal, 3:57 in the second period. Labrasi's third of the season, second of the game from Raymore at 3:57. Green well inside his own blue line. Ricochets the puck off the near boards, brought back by Connolly. After Havey had manned it to him, Hens press back on. They're able to outmuscle the Terps in the neutral zone. Swain behind the goal. Leaves it high, Dylan Green walks the blue line, finds space to the far side, chased down by Pat Swain. He's driven into the far corner by the shoulder of Jetson Koo. Back high it comes, Dylan Green takes aim from 60 feet after squaring up with the net, but that puck in a congested Maryland slot was tipped to the near side. Seems like Maryland's getting the area between the hash marks pretty well accounted for, but not giving Derry more direct support right in that 6 to 12 foot radius, which is where Delaware's really been able to take advantage. Through the slot again, Tofty. One-timer from 12 feet was tipped aside, and the puck is cleared. Devin LeBlanc up the left dots, carries the puck across neutral ice. He's sticked at by Havey after being forced behind the goal, fed a backdoor pass to Lowe, crashing in from the right dot. His one-timer was off its line. LeBlanc vies for the rebound in the near corner. It's cleared out by Maryland. Marciniak gets a shot on net from the left point after holding the zone. Gloved down by Derry to the far corner and batted up out of play. Well in the Maryland zone.
It's been a strong second period for Delaware, James. They've really, all but a few times where they got themselves in trouble with just bad decision making as far as the breakout passes and things like that. But really and true, they've definitely owned the positional time.
Territorial advantage, good time of possession.
Spending
a lot of time in the Maryland zone, I think, is what you were trying to say, Bob.
Exactly, they did. They've really had an exceptionally good, last 5 minutes or so. With
only 4 shots on net, but they're controlling the pace of the game and add a few block shots into there too, and that's what you get. Swift absorbs a shoulder check in the far corner of his own zone from O'Brien. He's able to work it ahead to LeBlanc. Shot from the left dot, turned aside by Derry. Lowe fields the rebound, backhands it into the far corner, and LeBlanc. Back high it goes, Marciniak. To Swift, near half wall, another cross ice feed. This one broken up in the high slot by Pedersen. He got as far as the Delaware blue line before lazily throwing the puck in. That gives the Terps time for a line change. Backdoor pass intended from Chautrick for Yamaguchi was blocked down. Lowe works it ahead to Tofty, back on the attack for Delaware. Centering pass, Lowe's shot 25 feet, missed the far post. Rodriguez holds the right point, keeps the zone airtight for the Hens. Lowe, overpowered high in the zone by Hefner, gave it away. Sweeping in, Sahady takes the puck back for Maryland. Stripped by Delaware, and Adrian Rodriguez walking the puck in is guilty of an offside with 12:23 to go. Here in the second period, Hens with a 3-1 lead over the University of Maryland Terrapins. The Sapia, Johnson, Moran line back on now. The 5 square off, Landon Wynn from Elkton. The other half of this face-off pair, but it's Sapia who wins the draw. Walking it forward from the right wing came Moran, but he was hauled behind the cage by Hefner. Ryan Johnson keeps the puck in Delaware control, leaves it to the Floridian Adrian Rodriguez. the far side. Johnson back through the slot. Rodriguez, a cannon from the top of the right circle. Picked cleanly by Maryland's Landon Wynn. He races up the left wing board, stops shy of the Delaware blue line. The dump and chase on. Fresh legs on for the Terrapins just beyond the 8-minute mark of the second period. Here's Shane Moran in a 2-on-2. He's kept wide to the left side by Scotty Sutherland lowering the shoulder. No, that was Tyler McAvoy who did so. Sutherland was on the other side. Ryan Johnson recovers the puck in the near corner, leaves it to Dylan Johnson across the blue line. Knox, one of the three seniors, fired a shot in from long range. It was tipped away by Derry. Sapia, challenged doubly in the far corner, maintains the puck off the rebound. Cycles it to Ryan Johnson. Good puck movement far side. Now across to the near wall. Dylan Johnson in the corner. Rolls it below the goal again to Moran. Power play like puck movement here, Bob Thomas.
I was thinking the same thing earlier.
It feels like it. We're just waiting for that umbrella to collapse. They're trying to generate this back and forth defensive movement, create as much confusion as they can. They were forced back into the neutral zone, but the Hens regroup. Moran muscles in, advances the puck to Sapia, poked away from him at the near dot by Havey. And now Maryland's able to clear. No, they're not. Moran stole the puck in broad daylight between the Maryland blue line and center, and he bulldozes his way back into the Terp zone. Moran tries to stick handle out of traffic. Way too much individual effort there from Shane Moran, and he really painted himself into a corner on that one, I thought, Bob.
Big time, big time. Especially when you get out around the blue line and you're maybe the last guy back. You know, there's that old saying, you know, if you're the last man back, make sure it gets off your stick into a guy, as opposed to, like you said, exactly, paint yourself into a corner.
I really feel like that's what Shane did. Meanwhile, Hens are called offside on their attempt to re-enter the Maryland zone with 11 seconds beyond the halfway point of the game having elapsed.
You know, James, I know the game is a bit different, but I still see players trying to make that little deep move before they get into the zone. You know, the best thing for a player to do is obtain the zone and then, you know, go in with speed and then you can do whatever. But you see how many times they get, you know, both teams get stopped at the blue line.
And they try to deke a guy off his feet before they go in.
Oh, yeah, and then it's like it's just as bad as painting yourself in the corner.
Net front, Bergman's stick came out of his hands. And Mike Delphin signals a slash. The guilty party, Thomas Murphy. And Delaware is heading back to the Colonial Motors power play with 9.5 minutes to go here in period number 2 and a 3-1 lead that they're trying to pad. Waved out of the circle, Ely will be replaced by Hefner. Maryland penalty assessed to number 24, Thomas Murphy. 2 minutes for slashing. Time of the penalty, 10:30 in the second period. Murphy 2 for slashing at 10:30. Hens were able to work a shot free in the first 13 seconds of the power play, but it was stopped by Derry, dropping into the butterfly to trap the puck. Low, working below the net, Moran left half wall, Tofty net front. LeBlanc with a cannon from center point was sticked down by Derry, and working the far side is Ryan Johnson on this Colonial Motors power play for the Delaware Blue Hens. So LeBlanc really serving in the D-man role here, and even though Falkowski's got 5 forwards on in this Delaware power play, it really does feel more like a 4-1, as well as LeBlanc is able to slot into the point man role, Bob.
Well, he's such a good skater too. You know that if he needs to drop back, he's, you know, quick enough and good enough on his edges.
He's fast enough and very adept on his edges.
Very. Quite a few of these Delaware players, you know, it's amazing to me how great these young guys are at skating anymore.
Ryan Johnson shot from the right dot. covered up by Derry for the stoppage with 8:15 to go in period number 2. Hens trying to build on a 3-1 lead. They've got 46 seconds left with the man advantage on the Murphy penalty. And the second wave comes on. Raymore, Bergman, Sapia, and a pair of pretty solid two-way defensemen, Andrew Marciniak. He's the one with the big slap shot from the point we were talking about. And A-Rod's not too bad in that department either, Bob.
A-Rod's lit up a few tonight. It's just...
Yes, he has. No question. And there he is with the puck behind his own goal. Breakout pass to Benny Bergman across ice, flip to Raymore. He walks in, tries to get around a defender. That was Connor Havey who angled him to the far corner. Sets up the net front feed to Bergman. Put one right on a tee inside the ringette crease if it were there. But Bergman just couldn't get the line on it.
No, and he had plenty of it.
Yes, he did. Puck rolls back into the Delaware zone as the Murphy penalty reaches its conclusion. 7.5 minutes remaining here in the second period at Fred Rust Arena. Delaware with a 3-1 lead over Maryland. Bergman again trying to atone. Couldn't get a quality shot off from the bottom of the left circle. Puck is cleared out by Havey up the middle. He works it on to O'Brien. O'Brien lost his shot lane and the puck. Rodriguez took it away, failed to clear off the carom shot. Ian Chotrick held it in for Maryland. Centering feed to Yamaguchi resulted in a shot well off its line. Holding the right point, Brian Murray rifles the puck off the far corner boards, backhanded in deep by Havey, who comes off for some fresh legs. Battle develops for the puck in the far corner of the Delaware zone. It's rifled in from an awkward angle by Ian Chotrick. Picked up by Sapia in the near corner. Bergman steadies. He winds up off his backhand. Raymore got a piece of it over the center logo in midair. Chased the puck down deep into the Maryland end. There's Evan Yamaguchi at the base of the the Delaware bench rather, who failed to clear. However, winding up and doing so will be Brian Murray, but he's guilty of an icing with 6:17 to go. Make it 6:15 to go here in the second period. Delaware extended their lead back to 3-1 with Bobby Labrassi's second goal of the night at 3:57, but they've really not been able to do a whole lot since then.
They've got a lot of the possession time. It's like the ice is tilted, James, but it's just they've had some clean looks and things and just not buried it.
A lot of block shots. Cassidy just leveled at the far half wall. Still he was able to work the puck in beneath to Camisa. Back high, Cassidy pops back up on his feet. Camisa below the goal. Flips it off his backhand into the atmosphere over to Green at the top of the far corner boards. And below to Cassidy again. Hens just looking for space to generate something here. Camisa fanned on the puck in the near corner. He's bodied into the corner boards by Murray. Holding the left point, Knox throws the puck over the heads of a crowd at the near half wall. And Eric Michaels signals a cross check. You can hear some shouting back and forth.
Just asking where they're going to dinner tonight. That's all they're doing, James.
I'm thinking Mad Max tonight, Bob.
That's what they're doing. They're just saying, hey, we're going to dinner tonight. No, I don't know, But it's a big rink, so they got to shout. Hockey players don't say bad things to each other.
Oh, never.
It's a friendly game. But, again, Delaware's going back on the power play, but they look like they've been on the power play most of this, second
the
half
way
of the
they've
period.
been moving the puck around the perimeter of the zone, you'd think they were up a man.
It's amazing.
It just looks like that schematic. Third power play unit. Swift from center point. Failed to connect on a long-range cannon. Here's Dylan Johnson at the right point. Walks it into a better shot lane, took game. Looked like Derry got enough of it to tip the puck off his right toe in behind. It comes back from Swain now to Swift. Pat Swain, slapper blocked at the left dot by Nate Hefner, who chases down the puck but can't clear. Maryland penalty assessed to number 18. Brennan O'Brien, 2 minutes for cross-checking at 14:31. O'Brien, 2 for cross-checking at 14:31. Swift one-timer! He shoots and scores! Tyler Swift fields a backdoor pass, fires a one-timer in from 40 feet, and the Hens keep rolling. It's 4-1.
That's 2 milkshakes you owe me, James, because remember I said in the beginning, early on in this game, that Delaware would score from the point at some point, and Mr. Swift did it for me. That's 2 milkshakes, James.
And it's 4-1 Delaware.
I'll tell you, James, again, Delaware just they're just really owning this game. But if you ask me what player from Maryland or a couple players I would pick to start a team, Mr. Hefner, number 3 for Maryland. The kid
plays all 200 feet really
and
well.
When you have a team that's struggling this much, he just gave everything to block a shot that he knew he was going to feel, and that tells me a lot about that young man.
And after Delaware scores on the Colonial Motors power play, they head right back to the PK. Devin LeBlanc gets rung up for a trip. So lots to cover here in arena as we are multitasking. Face-off coming up to the left of Odgers. LeBlanc takes a seat. Maryland's on the power play now. Connolly cross-ice feed to Ely. Kept high by Tofty. Lowe holding the high slot. Knox posts up net front. Green puts pressure on Griffin Connolly at the far corner boards in the Delaware zone. Aid offered by Ely. Worked high to McAvoy. Back to Ely, left half wall. Cross-ice feed. Murphy, he scores. That was well done.
That was, that
was really well done, Bob.
That's one of those high percentage through the seams. That's one thing that you've got to keep, that away. And it's really hard, but when they get you moving, they get those seams going, and there it went, so fed right through the seam, and it was just a one touch and into the back of the net for Maryland. Great play, great setup.
Cross slot feed, and then from the right dot, bang.
That was a thing of beauty right there.
That was just a gorgeous goal from Maryland.
That's basically seam to seam, dot to dot almost, or a little bit closer, dot to dot setup.
Puck out of play off a Johnson shot. Let's listen, and lots to get through here during this stoppage. Delaware goal, a power play goal at 15:22 from number 21 Tyler Swift, his second of the season, assisted by 22 Sean Camisa and 9 Evan Cassidy. Against Swift's second power play goal from Camisa and Cassidy at 15:22. Delaware penalty number 17 Devin LeBlanc, 2 minutes for tripping at 15:48. LeBlanc tripping at 15:48. Maryland goal, his 5th of the season, scored by number 24 Thomas Murphy, assisted by 26 David Ely and 17 Tyler McAvoy. That a power play goal at 16:15. Murphy's 5th came from Ely and McAvoy, a power play goal at 16:15. So with just over 3 minutes remaining here in the second period, an icing against Maryland gives Delaware an attacking zone draw. I'm not concerned about the Maryland power play goal from Delaware's standpoint. I feel like they've been able to just maintain control of the pace of this game so well that this 4-2 lead is still pretty darn comfortable, Bob.
Well, James, it's like they never missed a beat. Even though they got scored on there, they're right back in Maryland's zone, controlling it it looks like, again, a power play.
with a shot. Tipped aside by Derry to the near corner. Sapia holds the rebound, runs the gauntlet behind the net. Like you said, Bob, they never missed a beat. They bounced right back up and reset.
Exactly.
But Swift mishandled the puck at the right point, tried to work it into Sapia, but gave it away instead to Liam Eden. In came Sutherland, centering past Eden. Now I think we can be concerned.
Well, James, it's funny because I was thinking, when you're playing this way, the things you want to eliminate are the bad penalties and the bad giveaways. Well, They're up 4-1. They take a tripping penalty. Not great. But then that was a terrible giveaway. It was just one of those ones that was like set it up. It was basically like the Delaware goals. Maryland guy comes down in the middle after the bad pass, steals it, and goes in alone and scores. This game, you just can't have those mental lapses or those breakdowns. As you see, like, you can be out shooting a team by 20 shots and still be tied or losing because those little breakdowns, James, can cost you big. And that's 2 breakdowns right there that Delaware's had and let Maryland right back in this game.
So now a game that really shouldn't be 4-3.
No, it shouldn't. You're right, James. It shouldn't be.
Rodriguez holds the point. Long-range shot after Raymore just bludgeoned Landon Wynn at the near dot, and he's clearly in pain.
I know the refs are meeting to discuss, but it looked like it was like a big hit, but
it like I said, it looked like just an absolutely huge hit, but didn't look outside the bounds of play.
No, it didn't. It just was one of those things that, he caught him, and the way it is we, anytime there's an injury, you think, well, could it be a penalty? But you got to remember, this is still a contact sport. There's still going to be forces on people that cause injuries, no matter how you shake it down. It's part of the game.
It's a risk that even you and I take every time we step on the ice, Bob.
As a coach, I'm always watching behind me to see what guys playing around with the puck and not paying attention where I am. So,
as a referee, I'm trying to make sure I've got all 12 guys in my line of sight.
Yeah, it's the truth.
When the local kid's back up on his feet.
Yeah, like I said, the refs were right there. And we're a little ways away, so it's always hard to tell. Was it head contact or whatever? But it's one of those things, James. Like I said, it's a contact sport.
And what it was, like you said, Bob, just a clean hit. Just an old-fashioned, unfortunate ending to it, yes. But ultimately, just a clean hit. Play continues on. Hens in the attacking zone. Shot from Raymore in the slot, blocked away, recovered by Havey, and backhanded over the glass out of play. Minute and a half to go in the second period. Maryland goal. His 11th of the season, scored by number 12, Liam Eden, unassisted at 17:45. Eden with his 11th of the season, unassisted at 17:45. So we're down to the last minute and a half of the second period. Hens had a 4-1 lead, now 4-3. Adrian Rodriguez rang one off the post from center point. Labrossi flips the rebound from the far corner in behind the cage, but it's taken away by Tommy Murphy from there. Worked up the near side, held in by Dylan Johnson, batted up in the air by Murphy to the far corner, chased down by Bergman. He's bodied off the puck by Connolly, who floats it up the boards. 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute. And an icing against Maryland will put the Hens back on the offensive. With 55 seconds to go, the Maryland spectators.
They're still a little ripe from that hit earlier on to Mr. Wynn, and so that one there, that's a tough, there's no call on that. It shouldn't be.
We've seen it both ways thousands of times, Bob.
Yeah, he's just skating in his lane. He steps in the lane. He beat him to the lane, and that's the thing, I have to tell players, you don't have to win the race to the puck. You just have to win the race to that guy's lane.
A player can use his size, speed, and strength and skill to his advantage and not be penalized for them, provided he does so legally, and Raymore checked all those boxes. 2-on-1 for Delaware. Labrossi across to Bergman, backhand net front. Derry says no.
Wow, I'm not sure how he got that, James.
I don't know either, but Great 2-on-1. Crashing the net was Bergman. Net did come off its moorings behind Matt Derry, who made save number 23 on the night with 25 seconds to go here in the second period. Face-off is coming outside the Maryland blue line. Won by Cassidy, but punched back out into the neutral zone by Sutherland. Muscled forward by Sesto. Shoveled in from the right point behind the Delaware goal, but given up to Swain. Cassidy, bodied in the far corner, is able to float it to Green. Backhanded by Knox off the near boards. Taken cleanly by Sutherland. Shot from the half wall, stick down by Odgers. As the final seconds of the second period tick away, the horn sounds. 40 minutes in the books. The Delaware Blue Hens cling to a 4-3 lead as they head to the dressing room for the second intermission. We'll break away to Bob Thomas. When we come back, the final period of our Delaware Hockey Night doubleheader through 40 minutes. It's Delaware 4, Maryland 3. This is Delaware Hockey Night, brought to you by the DHN Media Group.
A strong first impression is crucial in today's fast-paced world. With decades of experience in print, digital, and broadcast media, the DHN Media Group is uniquely equipped to make your brand's first impression a memorable one. To learn about writing and editing services, web and graphic design, social media consultation, multimedia production, and more, visit www.dhnmediagroup.com.
Colonial Motors, a fixture in the automotive industry in Delaware for over 25 years, is here to help you find your next vehicle with solutions to fit every purpose and budget. Hassle-free financing, competitive trade-ins, and a full-service department make Colonial Motors the premier option for your next pre-owned car. Visit one of 3 convenient locations in central Delaware, Townsend, Smyrna, and Camden, or browse their vast inventory online at colonialmotorsinc.com.
It's time for the third period. Let's head back upstairs to James Witherite.
Welcome back to Fred Rust Arena. In come the Delaware Blue Hens as the third period is about to get going. Through 40 minutes of play, Delaware's got a 4-3 lead over the University of Maryland Terrapins. It was 4-1 until the final 4 minutes of the second, when Maryland came back with a pair of rapid-fire goals in a 90-second span. Thomas Murphy with his 5th of the season off a cross-slot feed on the power play. And then we did check the tape during the intermission on the goal from Liam Eden, his 11th of the season at 17:45. Indeed, it was unassisted. And Bob Thomas, I know this is going to break your heart, but it came off a D-zone turnover.
Absolutely. You know, again, you know that old saying, James, take care of the little things and the big things will take care of themselves.
You know, I've heard that before. I've heard that from you. I've heard that from my very good friend Sean Cannon.
It's the truth, James. I mean, the simple little things win you games. You know,
third period's underway, and Delaware's going to have to work out of their own zone to get this third period started on the right note. Cleared out by Green. Chased down by Lowe in the far corner. But he's challenged by Hefner. McAvoy can't escape. Forechecking pressure from Matt Tofty, who reaches in, sweeps the puck away from Tommy Murphy's reach, but he gives it right back away to Murphy. Tofty blocked that clearing attempt down, and the puck was covered up by Matt Derry to force a stoppage 30 seconds in to this third period.
You know, let's hope that it doesn't deja vu when we, you know, see another 4-4 thing here, James. Let's see. Like I said, Delaware, if they just can, you know, take care of the little things, make the right passes, don't try to force it through people, don't get fancy at the blue lines, simple things, they win this game going away. It's when you don't do those simple things is when you turn it into a serious photo finish.
Hefner ahead to Connolly up the left wing boards. Maryland back on the attack. Thrown in from the half wall near side and David Ely, but that was blocked down out of the Delaware slot. Cleared out by LeBlanc, ahead to Ryan Lowe. Here's a 3-on-2. LeBlanc makes a beeline for the cage. It's left on a tee for him from Ryan Lowe, but he fanned on it right at the top of the crease. No shot there, and Connolly into a 1-on-2 the other way, waits for reinforcements after gaining the Delaware blue line, but Marciniak is able to boot that puck back out to center. Along the far boards, Evan Yamaguchi. Rather, no, not Evan Yamaguchi. That was number 18, Brennan O'Brien, wearing the Chicago Blackhawks socks, who mishandled the puck, and back Maryland is pressed to their own blue line, where Connor Havey rifles the puck up the near side. Again, O'Brien fanned on a shot attempt at the left dot. Hens pinned in their zone. Seems like our necks have craned to the left, Bob, and on a little bit more of a selfish note, as much as I love being at the rink, as much as I love watching hockey with you, as much as I love bringing the games into your homes wherever you may be, I kind of hope this third period goes quick. We've got a baby on the way.
I know, James. You are one cool cucumber, man. I'll tell you, because when you told me that before the first game, I'm thinking, uh-oh. But, you know, you don't. You're just such a professional, James. You just stay the course. And I'll tell you.
Bob, that's all you can do.
Well, yeah, because we really don't have much to do with it at this point, do we? As the
when she says she wants to come into the world, she's gonna.
That's right.
But until then, it's just blinkers on, stay the course.
You just got to wait it out, James. So hopefully Delaware controls this game, comes out of this third period without putting us into overtime, so that you can get home and make sure.
Get a little bit of rest, get my last full night of sleep for the next year.
Enjoy it.
In any case,
it'll
be off to hospital, if not late tonight, tomorrow, or Monday. So
that is such an exciting time for you, James.
It really, really is, Bob.
It couldn't
Shane
happen
Moran held up at the Maryland blue line by Pedersen, who gave him an extra little shove after the fact. Hens back in their zone, cleared out by Knox to center. Robinson getting cozy on the cap rail in front of the Delaware bench, signals the delayed offside. Everybody on the Maryland Terrapin side tags up, but here come the Hens storming the other way. Ryan Johnson Rolls the puck in behind the Maryland goal, chases it down, but faces bodily pressure from Murray. It's removed from his reach by Sutherland. Swift holds the right point. Into Ryan Johnson at the half wall. In lower, Shane Moran bobbled the puck initially. That gave time for Maryland's Thomas Pedersen to react and play the body on him. Moran tried to feed it high, but ultimately lost the zone. He chases the puck down, walks it back in, past two defenders, shot from the right dot, missed the far post. Marciniak accelerates along the far wall, holds the point for a brief moment before it's chipped out of his reach by Tyler McAvoy, and into the far corner of the Delaware zone it ends up. Murphy to Ely, back up the wall. To Hefner in the slot. Oh no! Griffin Connolly. Stephen Odgers' nightmare for the next month and a half.
Well, James, I don't know if Delaware's
Odgers stayed with Ely,
yeah,
made the initial save that he had to, and then Connolly, with Odgers sprawled out, was able to track down that loose puck and tie it up.
And you know what's crazy, James? It's almost like Delaware took a page out of Maryland's how to play defense in front of your goaltender. I don't know where everybody was. It literally was, and I can't believe it unless I see it again on film. It literally was a 3-on-0 in front of Odgers.
Once you got into that 10-foot radius,
how does that happen?
That's what it was.
Who's not thinking on that play? You've got to be aware. You're up 4-3. You need to lock it down, and they just were gone.
I hate to be coming off as overly critical, but defensive breakdowns have really been the main sticking point for this Delaware Division II side all season.
Yeah, James, and it's just not, when you say defensive breakdowns, it's not like, it's not just your defensive core. It's everybody. I've always said defense is –
everybody plays defense.
And as soon as you lose the puck, every part of the ice is defense.
Here's a 1-on-2, now a 1-on-1. Yamaguchi isolates Dylan Johnson, hacked away at him and forced him to the far corner. Good play there from Dylan to punch the puck back out into the Maryland zone. Maryland goal, his fifth of the season, scored by number 14, Griffin Connolly. Assisted by number 16, Weiss Sahady, and number 24, Thomas Murphy at 3:46. Connolly from Sahady and Murphy at 3:46. Riley leaves it to Dylan Knox, far side. Cross-slot pass, sails past the reach of Swain. Is picked cleanly by Ian Chochrick and thrown back across center. Riley turns it the other way, mishandled by Kamisa. Back it sails into the path of Dylan Green. We're at the 5.5-minute mark now of the third period, and Maryland, with 3 unanswered goals, has tied this game back up at 4 aside. Hens have locked up the 5th seed in the mock standings. They'll play Ryder on Friday.
But again, like we were saying, James, earlier in the game when it was 4-1, you want to finish this game strong. You want to go into those playoffs knowing you had a heck of an effort, not one where you question yourself. And right now, they got to be questioning themselves a little bit because of the breakdowns that they've had in the last 3 goals. Now,
not a way you want to end the season, that's for sure.
But the
Riley's slapper from the left dot, by the way, subsequently was stopped by Derry. Nobody in position to field the rebound after Derry gave up the near 2/3 of the net. Here's Connor Riley again, drop back to Devin LeBlanc, but at the left dot he was challenged by Pedersen and ultimately couldn't get a shot away cleanly. Swift follow-up chance, Riley net front, can't put it away. It was bobbled back out by Matt Derry, and Marciniak recovers at his own blue line. Tipped in by Tofty, race on for the puck behind the Maryland goal. Getting to it was Brian Murray on the back check. Lowe bats it around to Swift at the near half wall. He tries to walk in past defenders, flipped it to Lowe, it came right back out to Tyler Swift. He stick handles behind the cage, backhands it, tried to put one on a tee for Lowe, but onto the stick of Thomas Murphy. It was nearly cleared out. Lowe recovers, Tofty net front, no dice. Cleared the crossbar there from the top of the blue paint. Tofty's held down by Murphy. Murray reaching in for the puck, so too Devin LeBlanc in this 2-a-side scrum behind the Maryland goal. We're just beyond the 7-minute mark of the third period. This game tied up at 4 between Maryland and Delaware. as you see in the bottom right-hand corner of your DHN1 screen. Rodriguez let one go from long range, blocked away, punched back out to neutral ice by Sutherland. In comes Lowe again for Delaware, drop past LeBlanc. 5, Terrapins swarm in around him, and Griffin Connolly, who's got the game-tying goal, floats the puck in deep. Trying to chase it down net front was Yamaguchi, but Odgers covers up for a break in the action with 12 minutes and 16 seconds to go in regulation. A 4-4 deadlock, Bob Thomas.
Well, right now Maryland looks, again, Delaware controls the play, but they don't seem to be getting rattled like they were in the first period, and they should be playing loose. They have nothing, they're not going to the playoff type of deal.
Everything's set as far as the playoffs are concerned.
Yeah. So,
McAvoy with a cannon, consequently, from the left point, blocked down by Odgers. Sapia can't backhand it out. Connolly maintains the zone at the right wing wall for Maryland. Centering past Yamaguchi.
James, this is deja vu. This is the D1 game all over. 4-1.
It's 5-4.
Then it was 4-4, and then
5-4.
5-4. We're seeing exactly the same thing. And again,
we're
James,
watching the same hockey game on repeat.
Is your name Bill Murray? Is Groundhog Day or what? I know that just passed, but it seems like we're watching the same game. You're just learning.
Phil?
Yeah, exactly.
Phil?
I'm telling you, I think it is, James, because, again, guys left wide open.
If I'm Ned Ryerson.
No, yeah, exactly. No reason for guys to be able to come down into that slot like that and not be contested. This should be a war there.
But Yamaguchi gets his 8th of the season, and that's the go-ahead goal for Maryland. 19 shots, 5 goals. And you can't blame them all on Odgers either.
Oh, no.
Defensive breakdowns have really been
I can't tell you.
Point.
I can't tell you the last time I seen a 3-on-0, at 3 feet in front of your goaltender.
And here come the Terps again. O'Brien can't work a quality shot. Through zone is cleared by Labrasi. Recovered by Knox. Across to Green near side. He accelerates up the right wing boards. Knocked the stick out of Connolly's hands, but couldn't connect with Raymore on the breakout.
Maryland goal, his 8th of the season, scored by number 8, Evan Yamaguchi. Assisted by number 14, Griffin Connolly. Time of the goal, 8:07 in the third period. Yamaguchi's 8th from Connolly at 8:07.
James, these are the kind of goals that will have Coach Falkowski and Coach Stroik pulling their hair out. That this
they
is
won't
stuff that
sleep this weekend either, and
No.
for a completely different reason for why I won't sleep this weekend.
Exactly. This is basic hockey, James. This is not, this is not something the coaches. It's the players a lot of times. They just lose that focus, and that's on them more than anything else.
And you know as well as I do, Bob, we've seen how much hockey between the two of us. You've got to stay focused every shift. You've got to give full effort every shift. You've got to take care of the little things. Swain one-timer from Raymore. Tipped up in the air by Derry. Labrasi in the far corner leaves it to Marciniak. Hens back on the attack now as we near the halfway point of the third period. A shot from the left half wall off the stick of Bobby Labrasi, who's got 2 so far tonight. Ends up in Matt Derry's glove again. Saves 27 and 28 for the Maryland netminder. Keep his Terrapins up 5-4 with half the third period left to go at Fred Rust. Pat Swain bats it in toward Kamisa, glove down, thrown through the top of the crease to the far corner. That was a decent shot, but the line was more than lacking. The Maryland faithful continue to rain down their objections over what we're not sure.
James, the big difference I see right now in Maryland's game is they've been a lot tougher in front of their own net. They're not letting Delaware guys just zip around like they were in the first period, whereas Delaware's just going the opposite way.
Icing on Maryland leaves them back in their zone, but they win the draw. Swain steals the puck after a failed carom shot played by Pedersen out the far side. Now it's walked up the middle by Eden, advanced to Sutherland. Shot from the top of the left circle was blocked. Puck recovered by Eden, thrown through the slot. Sutherland was on the doorstep all alone. I don't know if he tipped it in, but in any case, it's 6-4 Maryland.
You might be right, James. He might have tipped it, but the thing is
what's happening?
And again, Odgers, he'd probably like to have that back, but again, nobody even close to helping him out. He's all alone again, and that can't happen, James. And consequently, you're now down 6-4. Just, it's almost like he could file for lack of support right now, because there's nobody that's taking that front of the net. Again, the Maryland player.
But as far as lack of support goes, government's not so kind to men.
No, and the thing is, James, it's the same thing again. It's nobody was even close to this guy in front of the net.
And you know what? That's going to go to Eden. He gets the goal.
Does he? Yep.
Maryland goal, his 12th of the season, second of the game, scored by number 12, Liam Eden. Assisted by number 92, Brian Murray, and number 7, Scott Sutherland. Time of the goal, 10:36 in the third period. Eden's 12th of the season, second of the game, from Murray and Sutherland at 10:36. So a 3-goal lead becomes a 2-goal deficit. Green behind the Delaware goal, works the puck out to Tofty, but still inside the blue line. Under forechecking pressure from Yamaguchi, Tofty fans on the puck. It's punched back to Green behind the Delaware goal. Winding up to try to clear was Dylan Johnson, but he gave it away. High in the zone, O'Brien worked it down the Royal Road again, but Yamaguchi couldn't finish. Green bulldozes his way back into the Maryland zone, absorbs a hard hit at the near boards. 8 minutes to go. Terps back on a 2-on-2. Evan Yamaguchi angled to the near corner by Green, circles behind the net. Sapia trying to lean for net front position on O'Brien. This puck moves high. Out of the zone, Havey couldn't protect the near point. The Maryland faithful let out a collective groan, and the Hens recover in neutral ice. 7.5 minutes remaining. Shane Moran accelerates to get back into the Maryland zone. Yamaguchi kept the pressure on him. Chotrick took the puck away, fired it off the far boards into the path of Tyler Swift, who held his own blue line for Delaware. Knox punches it through up the left dots back into the Maryland zone. Cross ice past Sapia. His shot from the top of the right circle was blocked away by Connor Havey. Cleared out again by Chotrick. Bobbled at the Maryland blue line by Eden. Thrown from there the length of the ice. Linesman Brett Hill says that puck was tipped on its way in to Delaware territory, so there's no icing with 6:42 to go in the game. Maryland up 6-4 over Delaware, only on 20 shots too.
But extremely high quality shots.
Yes, and another swarm of chances net front. Sutherland was denied right after Eden couldn't jam one into the far corner. Here's Johnson in a 2-on-2. That shot of significantly lesser quality as Brian Murray angled him wide. He missed the near post by, a good day and a half. Sutherland dumps it into the Delaware zone again, brought out by Raymore across to Labrossi. He's got 2 on the day so far for the Hens. Labrossi tried to stick handle his way between defenders, chased a loose puck down net front after being bodied away by Murray. Couldn't connect on the doorstep. Connolly from center red in front of the scorer's table flips the puck into the near corner. It rolls back to the far side where Marciniak advances it up the wall to Ben Bergman. Drop past Labrossi, shot in the slot, blocked by the skate of Murphy. Bergman tries to throw one on lazily from 12 feet away. Labrossi on the wraparound attempt. Lost his footing as scrum develops net front. Another chance from Bergman. Cleared the crossbar, ended up in the near corner. Huge hit laid on Ely by Bergman as he fires the puck up the near boards. 5:20 to go in regulation, and play is whistled dead.
James, is it just me, or would you say it's a after that 5th goal by Maryland that it's been a collective, basic lack of energy from the Blue Hens at this point. They just don't seem like they're just not. There's no hop in their skate. There's no urgency in the game right now.
They're just kind of phoning it in, yeah? McAvoy dumps it in again. Swain gets stood up at the Maryland blue line by Hefner.
And
Brett Hill says plays offside.
On the other side of the table, Maryland's playing with a ton of hop. They're up on their feet. If you look at Delaware's bench right now compared to Maryland's bench, that's a team.
The body
Maryland's
language.
Bench, oh yeah, exactly, James. The Maryland players are all standing up. They're fired up for every little thing that goes
Delaware,
right.
you got half the guys sitting down. And a shot from Chodrick at the left point, sticked aside by Odgers. Inside the final 5. Dylan Johnson punches the puck up the far boards to Riley. On further, Swain backhands it to Cassidy. Up the middle comes Riley. Slap shot from 30 feet. Sticked away right off the release. Swain chases down the rebound. He gets tied up with Hefner in the corner, and it's cleared out, but tripped up over the center logo. Losing his footing was O'Brien, and ultimately he lost the puck too. Swain muscles it back in up the near dashers into Maryland territory. Taken back by Havey, rifled up the left wing boards. Into the near corner of the Delaware zone we go. Puck is loose, now controlled by Eden. Eden held in by Tofty, muscles free. Leaves it to Sesto. Sutherland fans on it at the left dot. Zone is lost. Jetson Koo slams it back in from neutral ice. Terps reset as the Hens bring it out, namely Dylan Green. Tofty just got pummeled at the red line. With 3:38 to go. He's slow to get back up. Looks like he's favoring his left hip a little bit, or, ooh, it looks worse than that.
Or knee, James.
Yeah.
But it was just two guys
like before.
turning and he just ran into each other. It was nothing malicious,
no malice.
Nothing at all. But do you notice, James, like since the first period, even when Delaware had that about 2 or 3 minutes ago where they had the puck in Maryland zone right in front of the goaltender, not one thing got through to him. And
right.
that's just every single player on Maryland committed to not letting the puck get through.
Camisa left corner. Under duress, leaves it to Knox at the point. Slammed back out up the far wall by Jetson Koo. 200 seconds to go now. Maryland with a 6-4 lead over Delaware. Devin LeBlanc leaves it to Knox. Back across to Green near side. Knox again, top of the left circle. In his own zone, now carries it out into neutral ice. Connolly disrupts his progress and drives him into the boards in front of the scorer's table. Here comes Green back in right side. Tried to center to Camisa, who reached but fanned. Griffin Connolly is able to punch the puck back over his own blue line for the Maryland Terrapins. Controlled by Ely. Left back inside to Jetson Koo. Fired off the glass by Havey. Back into neutral territory, recovered by Camisa. Here's a 1-on-2. Low shot, top of the right circle. Was blocked off a Maryland skate, namely that of the back-checking Tyler McAvoy. 2.5 minutes remain. Delaware saw their 3-goal lead evaporate before our very eyes and turn into a 2-goal deficit as the Maryland Terrapins have strung 5 together in a row, Bob.
That's just, and most of it all, James, was just defensive breakdowns, guys wide open in front of the net. It's like
just
the tale of
not
two games.
clogging up the kitchen.
No, it's like the tale of two games. Maryland was doing it in the first period. Now Delaware's doing it.
LeBlanc with 2 minutes to go at the near half wall. Throws the puck through the slot. Moran's canceled out net front by the presence of Connor Havey. Maryland presses back into neutral ice. Connolly over that center red stripe. Shovels the puck into the Delaware end, but only just. Brought back by LeBlanc the other way. A hard carom shot off his stick to the far corner where Moran is met by Hefner. Inside the last 100 now. Hefner lofts the puck Up the far boards over center. Marciniak couldn't bat it down over the Blue Hen logo. He chases the puck to the near corner of his own zone. Plays it behind to Rodriguez. Back to Marciniak again. Up the right side, Shane Moran. Stick handles to try to get out of traffic. Yamaguchi stays with him. Moran headmans it through the neutral zone to Sapia, but he mishandled the puck 5 feet inside the blue line. Moran offers support, sets up Ryan Johnson. Hard shot, blocked high. A minute to go. 1 minute remaining in the period. 1 minute. Odgers is out of the Delaware net. Sixth attacker is on. Dylan Johnson slams the puck in deep again. It rolls to the near corner. Sapia behind to Raymore. Down to the last 40. Raymore up high. Rodriguez back to Raymore right dot. Shot glanced off the back end of the cage. Net front again. Had it on a tee, Johnson did. Off the stick of his younger brother Dylan in the far corner. Missed the shot attempt. Got one back. A wrister from 35 feet is caught and held onto by Matt Derry with 24 seconds to go.
James, if you had a nickel for every time you said the word block shot tonight in the Delaware, in the Maryland zone,
I could retire.
Yeah, you could have a college
I could just
fund.
do college hockey for the rest of my life.
You could have a child college fund. That's how tough Maryland's been playing this third.
I could have a 529 for the kid who's not even born yet.
Exactly. I mean, Maryland, you got to give Maryland their dues. They've gotten in front of every shot. They're scrapping for every single millimeter of this ice.
They are.
Look, there's
Knox, another blocked shot.
Wow.
Up into the rafters with 16 seconds to go.
I'm still amazed, James, at Maryland's record right now. It just doesn't fit.
They don't look it.
It does not fit with what we're seeing right now.
No, not at all.
There's so much heart on this team. They're just, they don't care. They're not looking at the record. They're jumping in front of every
Swain
shot.
wins the draw. Sorry to interrupt.
No.
Green, net front pass, nobody there. It's cleared out. Labrossi on his horse, under forechecking pressure from Murphy. Gives it away. Connolly, all the space in the world. And that, folks, will do it. Griffin Connolly with the icing on the cake. For the Maryland Terrapins. Seals a 7-4 win. And Maryland gets their first win in conference play this season. They'll face Stevenson tomorrow. The Delaware Blue Hens done for the regular season as the handshake line forms at center ice. That'll do it for us too, Bob. We are back. I don't know if you're back with us, but on Friday, DHN heads to Iceland in Hamilton, New Jersey for the Mid-Atlantic Collegiate Hockey Conference playoffs of ACHA D2 action. And then on March 6th, 7th, and 8th, the Delaware Division I Blue Hens and their Eastern States Collegiate Hockey League will hold their postseason tournament at Iceland in Westchester, a little bit closer for you.
Very much so. I don't know what our schedule will be yet. We've got one more regular season game to go.
With
and then
Salesianum.
We start the PCL, the Delaware Cup, and then the Flyers Cup. So it's going to be a busy time.
Well,
but
I'll be along for as much of that as I can be as well.
It'll be great. It'll be great, James. So can never get too much hockey. And again, for Delaware tonight, this isn't exactly the way you wanted to go into the playoffs, but they can look at it and say, okay, we can look at it this way too. We got our bad game out of the way. Now let's go.
Right, now we can get back to business and square off against Ryder on Friday and get all those issues out of the way and turn the page for a.
I'm not sure I'm liking the 4-1 lead, James. It didn't seem to do very well tonight for
both
Delaware teams. One team came back from it. The other one just didn't. And again, like I said, Maryland was just unbelievable in that third period. I don't know how many shots got through, but I think they had way more blocks than he had to have saves. They were fantastic with that.
They were absolutely fantastic with blocking shots in the mid slot. It was just that area 10 feet away, and then lo and behold, Delaware did the same thing, and it bit them in the rear end.
The points in the first period were wide open, and even when they got the passes back to them, those guys were coming out so hard and blocking so many shots. You got to give it to Maryland on this one.
They earned every inch of that for sure.
Absolutely. James.
So that'll do it for us, Bob Thomas. Always a pleasure. James
Same.
Witherite, Matt Schoenfeld, working with us behind the scenes tonight on the camera. Thank you all for your company tonight. This has been Delaware Hockey Night, a copyrighted presentation from the DHN Media Group. Thanks again for your company tonight. We'll do it again very, very soon. Good night.
Thank you for tuning in to Delaware Hockey Night, a copyrighted production of the DHN Media Group. Visit dehockeynight.com for the complete broadcast schedule, along with news and notes on all things hockey in the First State.